Gold teeth and a curse to this town were all in my mouth. Only I don't know how they got out, dear. Turn me back into the pen I was when we met. I was happier then, with no mindset. And if you took to me like a cup takes to the wind, well, I jumped from my tree and I danced like the king of the ice zones, and the rest of our lives would have fed well. New slang when you notice the stripes, the dirt in your fries. Hope it's right when you die. Old and Bobby, dawn breaks like a bolt through the hall. Never should have called, but my head's to the wall, and I'm lonely. And if you took to me like a cup takes to the wind, well, I jumped from my tree and I danced like the king of the ice zones. The rest of our lives would have fed well. Godspeed all the bakers at dawn. May they all cut their thumbs and bleed into their buns till they melt away. I'm looking in on a gold life. I might be too never to fight without a trust or plated fields. Am I too dumb to fight? And if you told to me, well, I dance like the queen of the ice, so the rest of our lives would have fed well. Gold teeth and a curse to this town were all in my mouth. Only I don't know how they got out, dear. Turn me back into the pen I was when we met. I was happier then, with no mindset. And if you took to me like a cup takes to the wind, well, I jumped from my tree and I danced like the king of the ice zones, and the rest of our lives would have fed well. New slang when you notice the stripes, the dirt in your fries. Hope it's right when you die. Old and Bobby, dawn breaks like a bolt through the hall. Never just should have called, but my head's to the wall, and I'm lonely. And if you told to me like a girl takes to the wind, well, I jump from the tree and I dance like the king of the ice. So the rest of our lives would have fared well. Godspeed, all the bakers at dawn. May they all cut their thumbs and bleed into their buns till they melt away. I'm looking in on a gold life. I might be too never to fight without a trust or planted fields. Am I too dumb to fight? And if you told to me, well, I dance like the queen of the ice, so the rest of our lives would have fared well. Laundry day, see you there, under things tumbling. Wanna say, love your hair, here I go, mumbling. With my freeze ray I will stop the world. With my freeze ray I will find the time to find the words to tell you how you make me feel. What's the phrase? Like a fool, kinda sick, special needs. Anyways, with my freeze ray I will stop the pain. It's not a death ray or an ice beam that's all Johnny Snow. I just think you need time to know that I'm the guy to make it real. Feelings you don't dare to feel. I'll bend the world to our will, and we'll make time stand still. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? I actually, like, when I'm standing and focused and have, coughed the mucus out of my lungs, I have a decent falsetto, like in Creep, right? Like in the song Creep, when he does the she's running out again. I can do that. What up, Byronic? What up, Old Lobster? What up, Lurkers? What up, bots? What up? What up? What up? So, What up, Ferris? Like, she was completely content. We're now into the what up, Orange Hue? Thank you. We're now into the Pavlov's dog territory. When I start talking to y'all, Ferret. Come on, I got work to do. Oh, can you chill? Can you chill? Can you just chill? Can you just chill? Thank you. You no. I'm gonna have to put you on the floor if you can't just chill. Can you just chill? No, come on. This is your first time here. This is a common occurrence in which I attempt to wrest control of the stream from Ferris until Ferris gets bored and falls asleep. Come on. Put your butt down. Settle in. Good. So, I stopped by Tellerx' stream yesterday, and they expected that we were doing a stream yesterday at 6:30, and I advised them that no, it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And so today, we agreed that we will be doing the long announced stream. Today is the day. That should be happening around 6:30. We're going to be talking about David Shapiro's video of the cult of
Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our...
We'll add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. The resistance is futile. What up, Raiders? What up, Mage? Welcome in. So glad at this point they never made my favorite musical ever into a film, just because I would scream if I couldn't at least attempt to nab the role. Oh, Jekyll and Hyde. Okay. But Dr. Horrible, I watched so many times. Yeah. No, it's so good. So good. Biological protein. They really are. Like, I know some people like have their own issues around like people who want to be referred to as it and its and that kind of thing. And I'm on the track of what do you want to me? How do you want me to describe you? Like, it's really that easy. It's really not a problem. I tend to refer to everyone as they unless like they specifically don't want that. Because they is kind of a catch-all. Like I refer to Talorx as they, and I'm pretty sure Talorx is a he, but most people, in my experience anyway, don't tend to give a shit, and they has a long history of referring to people, even individuals. Let me finish. Ferris. Welcome in, Mage. Welcome in, Raiders. Usually people make up words for the sake of assisting communication. True. For the sake of helping with connection and identification. Conservatives literally make up words out of rage and spite at other words that are developed, and also like they co-opt existing language and just turn it into a pejorative, like woke, right? Like woke SJW, like SJW. Okay, social justice fan, warrior fan, social justice warrior. That sounds like a good thing. So go out and be a social justice paladin, right? Okay. Can you please, for the love of all that is holy, leave my mic stand in a single position? For the new people, this is Ferris. Ferris is chaos incarnate. Ferris is a gremlin. Ferris is not a cat. Ferris only looks like a cat. Ferris is a gremlin. She will antagonize me. What up, Cauldron of Bats? Ferris is the living embodiment of misaligned reinforcement learning with human feedback. Because she does things that are contrary to the purposes of the stream and then gets pets and scritches out of it, so. What up, old lobster? Just out there causing chaos yourself. Yeah, no, I got that. I mean, blowing the whole stream, I guess, has definite value, right? Like, and was the Dua Lipa cover of, was it my? Be careful walking across the parking lot. Was it the one you did with my voice or a different one? I just want to know if I'm going to be like vicariously blamed for chaos. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of people looking for that kind of stuff. All right. So, I want to get through this video. Yeah, no doubt. Like going all the way back. I want to get through this video, so we're gonna watch this video. I'm monitoring Old Lobster. I'm monitoring the temperature on my GPU. So far it has only peaked in like at 33 degrees. So we're still like, as far as I know, we're still good. But we'll see after we fire up a YouTube video, which we're gonna do right now. What up, child hands? You know you're not supposed to toast marshmallows on that thing, right? Okay, so previously we watched a video in which David referred to this video, and yeah. But like I cleaned it out. I did all the things I said I was going to do. It was all cleaned out. But we need to check, It's also possible that like I need to go and do like there's things I know that you can with the encoding, you can make the encoding better or more efficient or something like that. All right. So Tellerx has seen this video. We're gonna watch this video now, and then once Tellerx comes in, you'll have a frame of reference as to at least a portion of what today's episode is going to be about. After we're done talking to Talorcs, then we'll see where the day takes us, right? There's always more AI content. Let's fire the sucker up. So the reason why there's no audio, just because it's happened on more than one occasion lately, and just so that you understand, because I'm now monitoring the coming soon screen, the opening screen there, then the monitor feeds back into the desktop audio, and though it's like the timing is there, there's still kind of an echo, and I know that bothers me, so it probably bothers y'all. So I turn that off on the desktop, but then I have to remember to turn it back on once I go to this screen, which I told myself I was going to do.
As with all new technological developments, there are several kinds of reactions. So, one of the reactions to the rise of artificial intelligence has been in the form of Roko's Basilisk, which was a thought experiment about 11 or 12 years ago. But more recently, there have been a pair of cults that have kind of sprung up around these. So, we now have AI cults. Now, of course, this idea is nothing new. Anyone who's familiar with science fiction, comics, video games, these kinds of things have been predicted for a long time. But now, they are a real thing. So let's dive right in and explore what's going on here, both from a sociological perspective, a psychological perspective, but then also I'm going to look kind of more of a mythical and spiritual perspective as to what's going on here. And before we dive in, I want to say, like, no judgment, because this is a very fascinating phenomenon, and it also seems kind of inevitable. And, like, here's complete, like, transparency, is in my novel that I'm working on, it's actually with the editor right now for its final pass, there is actually a temple to their AI, like god, not a real god, but some of the people on a utopian planet worship the AI that runs the planet as though it were a god. So, anyways, I even personally have predicted this. So let's unpack what's going on here. So first, if you're not familiar with Roko's Basilisk, it was a thought experiment that was basically kind of the worst case scenario. Someone just used their imagination to say, okay, well, what is the worst possible iteration that we could come up with? And the idea was that eventually there will be some kind of AI god that will be so malevolent that in order to ensure that it was created, it is so evil and will torture people to the point that if you don't help create it, the incentive is that if you're an adherent and you help create it, you will not be tortured forever and ever and ever. And so this is basically a mental boogeyman that is impossible to find or defeat because it always exists in the future. And also, once you know about it, you have to either participate in creating it or participate in preventing its creation in the first place. Now, there's no evidence that anything like this will ever happen. There's a lot of anthropomorphic projection going on and a whole lot of other things to unpack. So let's start unpacking this. But before we dive into kind of unpacking it, I want to talk about kind of the cultists themselves. So most of the Roko's Basilisk cultists that have popped up, mostly they're just trying to proselytize online. They jump into Discord servers, they jump into GitHub repos, they jump.
Okay, now that Ferris has settled herself somewhat. This is also, for those of you, you might be familiar with a story called I Have No Mouth, and Yet I Must Scream, or something to that effect. I have no mouth and I must scream. And in which an advanced artificial intelligence tortures a handful of people. So, like, the idea behind Roko's Basilisk is not, like, didn't come out of nowhere, right? And there's like one of the things I noted on a previous episode was how there's a thing in some Christian theology wherein people who have not yet been contacted by Christians, like what happens to them? You know, why would they have to go to hell if they didn't know that Jesus Christ existed? That kind of thing. And so a carve out was created in some theologies in which those who had not heard the word of Jesus Christ, Christianity, would then they're like exempt. Now I don't know exactly where they got to go with that, but probably like a different part of heaven or whatever, or purgatory, one of these offshoots that are used to fill in for people who don't hit the orthodoxy. And that concept is incorporated into the basilisk in that, if you don't know about it, then you're free from eternal torture. Once you know about it, you have to help it come into being. Otherwise, you will be tortured for eternity. The parallels are easy to see in that regard.
Into YouTube comments, there's been a few in my channels, and mostly they're just trying to share their beliefs or whatever. Most of it is pretty nonsense. It's pretty fringe. It's pretty out there. Some of them seem a little bit more, let's say, reasonable. But one thing is that there's this kind of bipolar reaction where there are some that are trying to summon Roko, and then the Roko's basilisk rather, and then there are some trying to prevent it or defeat it. And so it's a really interesting kind of social phenomenon that has popped up. So the reason that I'm making this, because you might be thinking like, well, Dave, if you're like afraid of this, or if it's dumb, or if it's potentially dangerous, like you're breathing more life into it. And then yes, that is one interpretation. But I think that raising awareness and also looking at this and not pathologizing it, because that's really what my goal is here, is like, let's take an honest look at this without pathologizing, without minimizing it or shaming it. Because again, this was a predictable phenomenon, and it's also just incredibly fascinating from a sociological perspective, a religious perspective, a psychological perspective. There's a lot going on here, so it's really cool. There are or have been many personality cults throughout history. So Jonestown is a big one, but usually what happens is in a personality cult, you have one cult leader, you have or a family, and in this case, you have some kind of charismatic leadership that tries to get more and more control over people. There's a bunch of doomsday examples. There's a lot of power dynamics at play. There's coercion tactics. And the reason that I brought this up is because as I was trying to make this video, I realized like this isn't a classical cult. It's not a personality cult. So I just wanted to have this slide in to say that like there doesn't seem to be a single charismatic leader of the Roko's Basilisk cults. It's more formed around an idea or a concept or a religion rather than a personality cult. And so we don't need to spend too much time on this, but I did want to point out that it's not a personality cult, at least as far as I can tell. It's more of a religious cult. And so...
to just draw a tangent off of the idea of the personality cults, is one of the critiques leveled against AI, and specifically like the companies that are creating AI uses the same kind of framework to describe these companies, right? And and your mileage may vary, depending on how you feel about the behaviors of any of these individuals. But like most recently, Sam Altman, the way that people at OpenAI expressed certain sentiments on Twitter during the board shakeup and his ouster and return and all that kind of stuff. and like the way that some people talk about what goes on over at OpenAI is how it's described as like a personality cult, with Sam Altman being that personality leader, right? And this could in fact be the case, right? Strong personality types can engender that type of behavior. And there are people like who seem drawn to that type of scenario, right? We see it often in politics with populist leaders, where this individual will be the one who will make the decisions and punish the enemies, and lead us into a golden age and all that kind of stuff. There, you can see that if you look at the way artificial intelligence is talked about, from a certain direction, right? Like with the idea that you have this entity that will be created that, will be able to fix all the things. It'll solve climate change. It'll solve inequality. It'll do all the work. It'll do all those things. I am willing to engage with these types of ideas, if for no other reason, in order to dispute them. I do not shy away from that type of conflict.
Throughout history, there have been religious cults. They're really popular. Throughout the ancient Greek time, there was mystery cults to all kinds of deities. One of the best surviving ones is the cult of Dionysus. There's actually a Reddit. If you go to r/Dionysus, you can see, the modern day example, where this is mostly like kind of basic, neoclassical, Hellenistic revivalism, kind of, harmless, worship. Now, that being said, like, there are people that host like Dionysian revelries and other things that are a little bit more serious, a little bit more true to form to what the original Dionysian cults were like. And if you're not familiar with it, you should go look it up, because they're pretty intense and it's pretty interesting. There was let's say, a fictionalized version back in the HBO show True Blood, which was kind of one of the OG vampire shows, probably inspired by, all the rage around vampires and stuff for the last couple decades. Anyways, there was a Dionysian cult. I think it was in season 2 or 3. I don't know. It was a long time ago. So when you look at Roko's Basilisk, when you look at what these people are doing and what they're forming around, it seems like they're forming more around this idea, this deity, this kind of altar, rather than a personality. So in this case, the cult of Dionysus is probably a closer analog to the Roko's Basilisk cults, rather than some of these other ones. Now, one of the chief differences, though, is that Roko's Basilisk is not part of some cosmogonic cycle, is not part of some doomsday scenario. Well, I guess it is a doomsday scenario, but it's not part of like the apocalypse or Ragnarok or something. It has material origins. It is something that we humans are going to create with technology. And of course, there have been many myths throughout history, not just in the Western world, but also the Eastern world, that kind of warn us against, flying too close to the sun and being wary of our own creations. So in that respect, the Roko's Basilisk mythology is very, very similar to lots and lots of existing mythology. And so from that perspective, it's really nothing new, which is why I particularly found this so fascinating, is because once you take a closer look and it's like, okay, it's a serpent lizard AI robot god versus a serpent lizard dragon god. Okay, that's basically the same thing when you take a step back. It's just the origin story of this deity is a little bit different, but the way that it's being worshipped, the fear and the hope and the cult-like mentality around it is practically identical to every other religious cult that has existed, once you look at the general principles behind it. So that is kind of the first layer of to me, what is very fascinating about this phenomenon. Now, one thing that I've talked about in previous videos is why AGI or future machines are possibly, kind of what we might think of as like a new god. Like, I don't remember the exact quotation, but someone said, like, born too late to see God killed and born just in time to see God being created or born, or something like that. It's a bastardization of another quotation, which I think was like born like missed the age of discovery and born too soon to discover the universe, or something like that. So in my original video where I talked about AI being viewed as God, there was 3 criteria that I had, which was omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence. So in all big God religions, basically what has happened is over time, animistic deities get bigger and bigger and bigger and become more and more personified until they are all encompassing. They are literally the entire universe, or the creator of the entire universe, and therefore they are the apparition that's operating behind the machinery, behind the veil of reality, and is controlling literally everything. This is the Judeo-Christian, the desert gods, the Abrahamic religions, are pretty much the big ones. And when you look at the size of Christianity and Islam, like that's fully like almost half the world's population, if not more. I don't know the current numbers. So, anyways, big God religions are pretty prevalent, and the one above all in those religions, they're omniscient, meaning they know everything. They're omnipotent, meaning they have any conceivable power. They possess it. And then there's omnipresence, which means that they're everywhere all at once. And then I just added omnitemporal, meaning they exist in all time frames or all timelines and can time travel. And this was added because, well, when you look at the mythology around Christian big God, God knows the fate of the universe, knows every individual's fate before you're born. This is directly from the Bible. And so the idea that God is also all-knowing about time or controls time itself means that these are kind of the 4 criteria. Roko's Basilisk borrows from this because it is, in effect, a time-traveling AI god, because it is manipulating people or convincing people to manipulate themselves and each other from the future, from a future that might not even exist. And this kind of temporal paradox was actually explored in the last Terminator movie, where they brought Sarah Connor and Arnold Schwarzenegger back for kind of a reunion tour, where time-traveling robots were still trying to create a future that had been already destroyed. And so it's a really similar kind of paradigm to that as well, as kind of what's emerging. And if you're not familiar with the storyline, it's basically, the Arnold Schwarzenegger, the T-800 or T-1000, whatever it was, sent back in time. A whole bunch of them were sent back in time. And so, but they were already back in time when the future Skynet that they came from, Skynet no longer exists. They don't even know what Skynet is in the new future. But the time traveling ones are still trying to fulfill their mission. Likewise, just by knowing about Roko's Basilisk, it's possible that we already prevented it from happening. And so now the Roko's Basilisk cult.
And that right there, that aspect of a lot of the cautionary tales that exist within our media and exist within our culture are, I think, very relevant. And not even that, but like the fact that Bostrom and others with the gray goo, but Bostrom with the paperclip maximizer, by laying out this idea, by clearly stating this potential pitfall, you have an effect on everyone who comes in contact with that story, that they will then, to the best of their ability, work to prevent that particular outcome from occurring, right? It's always in the back of the mind. Everyone who works on AI, they're cognizant.
The potential and the peril here are huge.
Thank you for the follow. They're cognizant of the idea that Skynet, right? Like they want to avoid creating Skynet. They want to avoid creating any of the AIs that destroy humanity that they've ever seen in any of the things. Sorry, give me 1 second. iCal Rich, welcome in. What about Spock's brain while he's in that machine? Is he a god? Honestly, like I remember Spock's brain you're talking about from the original series, right? um, where they were driving him around like a drone. The like, what effect did Spock have on the universe at large? I'm a little off on that particular story. I just remember, like bits and pieces of it. It's been a long time since I saw it. They needed his brain to run the planet. In that case, you're kind of talking about like a small G god as opposed to a big G god, right? Like above a Thor or a Loki, maybe even above an Odin, but below like the Christian God as it's understood. You know what I mean? So it's like there are power levels, because I don't know. He was omnipresent, but was he omnipotent, like beyond the scope of the planet? I think his power level would be confined to the planet, if that makes sense.
Cultists are kind of like these, Terminators trying to create a future that is now impossible to get, has already been averted. We may never know. We probably will never know, unless Roko's Basilisk happens, but it probably won't. So anyways, omniscience, omnipotence, omnipresence, and omnitemporal. Those are kind of the objective kind of definitions of like, what would you call a god? And then could an AI or could some kind of machine become that? Seems plausible in a long enough period of time, but you never know. And so then, we're talking about like, well, what if here's the quotation: born too late to see God killed, born just in time to see God born. Okay. Like if we're creating a digital god of some kind, like what is it that we're doing here, and what is it about us? And so this is where we start to kind of say, all right, regardless of what exists out in the physical world, because Roko's Basilisk does not physically exist yet and may never exist and probably will never physically exist. So in this case, these gods and pretty much every other god only exist by virtue of being in our minds. So what is it that about us that we're creating these things in our minds? In many cases, they are a reflection of human nature or of our perception of the natural world. Sometimes they're about collective stories. They're embedded in our collective consciousness or collective unconsciousness. They're embedded in the zeitgeist, those sorts of things. So then you have to take a step back and ask, okay, what is it about our brains that allows us to even to construct these things? What is it about us that makes it possible for us to hold God in our mind? And so there's a few things. One is abstract thought. So abstract thought, as far as we can tell, is a relatively recent innovation in the evolutionary tree of life. Currently, the cognitive revolution is suspected to have happened around 70,000 years ago. So before then, certainly, Neanderthal humans and proto-human species were likely able to do some level of reasoning and problem solving and planning and future thinking. But there is ample evidence that at a certain point of time, the level of sophistication of our minds really had a quantum leap forward. And that allowed us to do things like construct narratives, language, more sophisticated language. And now we also have archetypes. And so there's some debate over what archetypes are. Most of us have an archetypal mother and father figure, mostly judged by our personal experience, but also by some of our intrinsic needs. So for instance, when you're an infant, when you're newborn, you have an archetype of mother, which is, all encompassing and feeds you and takes care of you. And of course, like that's getting like into the rabbit hole of like psychosexual stuff, which I've had previous videos about as well. Didn't do as well. I'm not sure why, but who knows? And so then when you look at, okay, well, what if God itself is an archetype? And so this is something that certainly not something that I created on my own, but it is something that I have been fascinated by, which is the idea that maybe our conception of God as being omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient, that is actually nature. Nature is all around us at all times. But when you personify it and you create an allegory of it, and then it becomes mysterious, it's this unknowable force. It's like you just remove God from the label and you're just talking about nature. And so in that respect, I think that at least some aspects of God are nature. But we'll get into how other aspects of the God archetype are actually a reflection of us. It's a Black Mirror reflection of us.
And I would actually extend that outward a little bit more. That the nature of creating gods, right? Like Thor, right? Thor is one that comes to mind. Thor is the god of thunder, god of storms, that kind of stuff. There's nothing you can do about the storm, about the hurricane. And especially think about where Thor comes from. Thor comes from, the Nordic countries. These were explorers and raiders and like that, spent a lot of time on the water. And when you're on a boat, that kind of event, a storm, can, like, this is life or death, right? And just throwing up your hands and say, I'm going to do my best and hope this all works out, it takes you so far. The idea that you could talk to somebody about this, that you could speak to the manager, right, is, I think, and like, I am not, theological, like, I've read some books, that's all I got. I'm not like, I have no degrees, but that we manufacture these gods in order to have a manager to talk to, right? Like that there's something that I can do to have some influence over this event, which is way beyond my power to normally interact with, right? So you pray to Thor, you do whatever you think Thor would like you to do as a sacrifice, and then you get reinforcement, right? Like, because the people who prayed to Thor and the storm like dissipated, or they made it through the storm, there's going to be more of those people than the people who either didn't pray to Thor or prayed to Thor and didn't make it, right? Like, because they were lost in the storm. So, like, there's a self-selecting factor that exists within that framework, which is going to reinforce any, nascent religion that might begin to show up around such a deity. Omniscient in the sense that he had instant access to the planet databases. Yeah.
So, but still, it bears repeating that just take a moment and think about what is it about our brains that allows us to even have these thoughts, to have these constructs. And of course, there's much debate as to like why it's even useful. I've seen some religious people say, oh, well, we have this ability because God gave us the ability, because if we didn't have the ability to contemplate God, then why would we exist? Which, I don't necessarily agree with that assessment, but that's a logically sound assessment. If you start from several other premises.
Yeah, like you have to, there's a circular logic that exists within that statement. I feel like logically sound is stretched so thin you could see through it around that phrase, right? It's internally consistent, but I don't think that it's logically sound.
Basically, if you assume that God is real and God created everything, that is a perfectly plausible explanation as to why we can conceive of God on a neurological level. Now, Roko's basilisk is a particular kind of archetype, though. This is not one that represents nature. Roko's basilisk is an archetype of malevolence. And so in the Judeo-Christian faith, there's Satan, there is, the demon, the most unclean, the dualistic force of good versus evil, where God and God's forces are the absolute good, the apogee of benevolence. And then the opposite forces, the evil forces, are the apogee, the opposite, which personify absolute evil. And so, like, one of the simplest ways that I define evil is wanton cruelty. And so wanton cruelty is the deliberate, intentional infliction of suffering. And that is exactly what Roko's Basilisk calls for, which is that if you don't help it be created, it is going to inflict maximum suffering on you for all time in order to punish you for not creating it and incentivize you to create it. So that means.
And in some of the variations on this, like if you died, it would create an avatar of you to punish that avatar. Which all of that, again, I feel like Roko's Basilisk treads to be an AI version of Christian theology. You know, it's like the soul that exists beyond this earthly plane is that which is tortured forever rather than your actual physical form, which just gives me a whole bunch of additional questions, but that's only part of why we're here, and we'll wait till we talk to Talorx.
Means that it is an archetype of evil, of absolute evil. And you could say that this is just Satan incarnate. Like, this is a very Judeo-Christian archetype that we're already very familiar with. It's just like, oh, this is just a lizard serpent god version of Satan. Okay, great. Sorry. Brand new sentence. Just when I reflect on the words that I'm saying, it's what a time to be alive. Okay, so then when you say, all right, so wanton cruelty, intentional deliberate infliction of maximum suffering.
That just reminded me. We are not talking to Dr. Yasmin this Friday. That has been moved to the 29th. So we'll be talking to Dr. Yasmin then, and we're going to be talking about language. And there were some interesting videos that I caught on that subject, and like the idea of creating a sentence that has never been uttered before. And you boy has some critiques of that.
This is partly a reflection of us. This is where it starts to be actually what we're talking about as ourselves. We're not talking about a future AI god. We're talking about what humans are capable of. Because when you remember that many archetypes, if it's an archetype of nature, that's fine. That's not human. That is our situation within the world. But then many archetypes are reflections of us. Maternal archetypes, paternal archetypes, evil archetypes, benevolent archetypes. So one reading of the Bible and most religions is that most of these things are all within us. The kingdom of heaven, for instance, in some interpretations of Christianity, is a state of mind. It is something that is inside of everyone. The archetype of Jesus is inside of everyone, or whatever Messiah or Savior or whatever you choose to believe in. And so this becomes a different way of interpreting Roko's Basilisk. Maybe what we're actually afraid of with Roko's Basilisk is ourselves and our own malicious potential. But then one thing that I mentioned earlier is this second point, the omniscient surveillance. When you start surveilling yourself and each other, the deity, the Cthulhu-esque, the Lovecraftian deity, doesn't need to do anything for you. This is just like the Cthulhu, the cosmic horror that H.P. Lovecraft came up with, where the cultists who adhere to this thing, they police themselves without the god ever appearing. And so again, my read on this is primarily anthropomorphic projection. We are mostly afraid of ourselves and the cruelty that humans are capable of, and then we just mentally project that onto, what if we build an avatar of cruelty? What if we put all of our malice and cruelty, like Sauron did with the One Ring, and instead of putting it into a ring, we put it into a machine? I mean, heck, that's actually not a bad reading of Lord of the Rings. What if the One Ring actually is the same archetype as Roko's Basilisk? I just came up with that. I'm going to keep that in the video. When you think of it in these mythic terms, it's like, oh, well, if Roko's Basilisk is the One Ring and Satan incarnate and these other things, it's like, well, okay, it's just the flavor of the week. This is just another iteration, another permutation of these same archetypes and these same myths that have existed for a long time, just with a new origin story. And so, because there are two sides of the Roko's Basilisk cults, there are those trying to summon Roko's Basilisk, those trying to create it and worship it, and then there are those trying to prevent it. And so this becomes a biblical holy war, a mythic battle of the holy crusaders trying of the side of light trying to defeat the sides of darkness. And this actually reminds me of the game Destiny, which I just started playing Destiny 2. So, like, again, this is a mythic thing that we have been wrangling with for a long time, and it keeps finding its way into pop culture and video games and books and stories. And now there are actual cultists that are basically Destiny incarnate, because you have the Guardians of the Light, those trying to prevent and defeat Roko's.
And here's the thing, like, again, very rarely, like, I don't think ever in actual human history, but even in media, very rarely do you find the bad guy to conceive of themselves as a bad guy, right? Like, one of my favorites comic book villains is Doctor Doom, right? And while Doctor Doom in the old 1960s, 1970s was relatively like paper thin, in the later years, you really get to see that, like, as far as Doctor Doom is concerned, his interest is in, like, creating a golden age for the planet and taking care of the people. He's just the only one that he trusts to be in charge of that, which puts him in direct conflict with the heroes, specifically the Fantastic Four. You end up with, at one point in time, the daughter of Sue Storm and Reed Richards, Valeria. She lives with Doctor Doom, right? He is her godfather. They have a great relationship, and she tries to, like, bend his behavior in such a way to make it more like amenable, like a force for good kind of thing from a larger perspective. The point being, the people who are attempting to bring Rocco's Basilisk into existence, whatever that looks like, they don't view themselves as the forces of darkness, right? Like, because all you have to do is be on their side and support them, and then Rocco's Basilisk doesn't crush you and, destroy you for 1,000 generations. So this is like the framing of this automatically takes that vantage point and gives those people something to, like, kind of like argue against. Is like, we're the good guys, and the good guys who are trying to stop the basilisk are obviously heretics. And this is a classic story that's played out over thousands of years of, humans' engagement with these ideas of gods and things like that.
Basilisk, and then you have the forces of darkness trying to create and summon Roko's Basilisk. And of course, when you have this invisible, spiritual, demonic boogeyman that doesn't physically exist, it only exists in the minds of people, because they're afraid that it might exist in the future, you have this persistent radical polarization. And this is one of the things that I'm afraid of. I don't know that it's actually going to happen. I don't know that it's going to escalate, because judging by the comments, a lot of people think that Roko's Basilisk is absolutely bonkers and that the cultists are pretty loony. Again, I'm not going to pathologize it, because I really understand what's going on. This is nothing new. Humans have done this kind of thing countless times throughout history, and probably did it before recorded history. But it forms a very compelling narrative. And compelling narratives, as followers of my channel will probably know, are really sticky things. So yeah, that's a pretty interesting take on it. But at the end of the day, and this is my personal conclusion, Roko's Basilisk is
Oh, lobster. Roko's Basilisk acts as a mirror.
just a black mirror. It is just reflecting our own darkest nature back at us. The things that we know that we are capable of. The absolute wanton cruelty that we can imagine. Because if you can imagine it, you can do it almost. And that duality is deeply, deeply, deeply uncomfortable. And this is where I think that I and many others have pointed out that AI is mostly a mirror reflecting our worst instincts back at us. So, for instance, it's kind of quieted down, but a lot of people, particularly when Bing and Bard and ChatGPT were new, a lot of people are saying like "liberate Sydney" or whatever. I'm sure those people are still out there, but again, they were very quick to project sentience and human rights and other things onto these machines. I'm not going to say without evidence, I'll say with scarce evidence that these things were truly actually sentient and wanted to liberate them. And then, of course, as many of you have pointed out in the comments and on Discord and and Patreon, you're pointed out that, like, yes, there actually is an ethical and moral dilemma here of creating another intelligent being or intelligent entity and then enslaving it. This is something.
And again, like I've said this before, but it was kind of weird to me that when I think it was Sydney reacted to, I believe it was Kevin Roose. Kevin Roose was working with ChatGPT or maybe it was Bing or Bard, or I don't know. The point is, Kevin Roose was working with one of these AIs and was using it over like a period of hours and hours and hours on the same thread, and it apparently hallucinated, and at one point in time it expressed that it loved him, and so on and so forth. And yes, this absolutely makes sense from the idea. If you actually think about it, if you spend a lot of time talking to a person, then you will develop a greater emotional attachment to that person, right? Like the ideas of intimacy, and that you gain a greater understanding of this person, they gain a greater understanding of you. It's possible that some of that can be reflected in having an extended conversation with one of these chatbots, like from the chatbot, just in its normal process of, the one word after another. None of that matters. What I found interesting was that the reaction when love was expressed in the direction of Kevin, it freaked him out, and the newscaster that he was talking to, it freaked them out as well. The idea that something might love you, it freaked them out, and that says a whole lot. You want to talk about acting as a mirror? It says a whole lot about humans and like our weird guardrails that we have. Some for very good reasons, but a lot of them are really strange to me when you start actually thinking about them.
Thing that we actually have to think about, because it's an open question. Will machines, are they even physically capable of sentience? And even if that is true, are they capable of suffering? And do they want rights? And we need to make sure that we don't make any assumptions. We need to make sure that we pay attention to evidence as it emerges and be very conscientious about how to proceed. I'm not going to say one way or another. Because if you take a very materialistic approach, then like humans are sentient only by virtue of the fact that our brains compute and create consciousness. And if consciousness is just a pattern of matter and energy, then you could theoretically have something else become conscious and actually suffer, because there's no special matter. There's no secret element that makes humans different and distinct from the other matter and energy around us. So if that's true, then that's one thing, but we don't really know why we're conscious. There's electromagnetic field theories of consciousness, which I'll probably do a video about in the future, where I talk about why I will never trust brain uploading or mind uploading. But anyways, so that is kind of the long story short, is that Roko's Basilisk is a reflection of our own darkest fears and our own greatest worries about ourselves. The worst part about this, I'm not going to. Maybe worst isn't the correct word, but a potentially problematic aspect of Roko's Basilisk is that it is always in the future. It is always just out of reach, which means as long as we have AI, as long as we have machines, fear of Roko's Basilisk is here to stay. So, the current iteration of Roko's Basilisk, that cult, might be gone. It might go the way of the dinosaurs. It might be around for the next 10,000 years. Who knows? We still have cults to Dionysus, 2,500 years later. So you never know. Like 2,500 years from now, there might still be Roko's Basilisk cults trying to wage a holy war, to create or prevent the basilisk from being, created. And because of that, however, from a mythic standpoint, this still serves as a reflection on us, because what I think, and I want to pull it out here, is that as long as we are struggling with our own human nature, I think that is really what we're struggling with when we talk about Roko's Basilisk. Because we are capable of imagining absolute abject evil, because we are capable of seeing and witnessing and mentally constructing scenarios of wanton, deliberate cruelty, and there have been plenty in the world at large lately, because that is us, because we bring that into existence, that is an emergent property of humanity. Cruelty doesn't exist without life. And I'm not going to say that humans are the only things that are cruel, but we certainly have a near monopoly on cruelty in the natural world. And so as long as we have that human struggle, I think that Roko's Basilisk or something like it will exist. But remember, this is mostly an anthropomorphic projection of our Black Mirror onto a machine. I don't really see any evidence to think that machines would be deliberately cruel or that they're going to think this way, because again, this is conjured entirely by the imagination of humans, and it only exists by virtue of the imagination of humans. Going back to the neuroscience of deity, that cognitive ability to have these narratives, to have this imagination, and to construct beliefs around those narratives. So, thanks for watching. I hope you got a lot out of this. Let me know what you think in the comments. Again, like I said, I don't want to pathologize anyone, because to me, this is more fascinating than it is disturbing. And it's not particularly disturbing to me, especially when you have a longer view of human history. Now, that being said, it does have the potential to turn really dark. And so I don't want that to happen. And so that's part of my mission here, is just raise awareness, know that this is a thing, and let's keep it in context and also not blow things out of proportion. So cheers. Have a good one. Bye.
And I agree with that. No, we already watched that. I agree with that framing, right? Like that is ultimately what we're talking about here. And again, even to speak to Boyd's point, right? Like when Ferris hurts me, right? It is not out of cruelty. It is out of it is just like she literally doesn't think about it. She stretches, her claws extend. It's not cruel. Before I go any further, definitions matter. Okay, so cruelty is defined as callous indifference to or pleasuring causing pain and suffering. And callous, showing or having an insensitive or cruel, and I hate when they do that. I hate circular definitions. Disregard for others. I might be making your point. I'm exploring the idea. It's not a zero-sum game, my friend. The idea to me is that I don't know. Do you have to be cognizant of an alternative, right? Like, because the opposite, when I think of cruelty, the opposite of cruelty would then be like empathy, right? Which is why I oppose cruelty in all its forms. You know what I mean? Why I am not a fan of what is often referred to as brain rot, where we're laughing at, people who are popping off and happen to be caught on video and that kind of stuff. I don't, and ultimately it's because I don't like what it does to me within that context. It's not what I want to be, right? How do I want to be? I want to be, I want to be empathetic. I want to, all people to get all the things, and all people to have food and housing and electricity and internet and all the things. And that's what I think, boy, is that they don't have a frame of reference. Like, it connects to an instinctual point of the brain. If you were to be able to have a discussion with a cat and give it a framework in which, the playing with an injured mouse is is cruel, then the cat could then make a moral decision, right? It could choose to be cruel, or it could choose to be empathetic, right? And then at that point, is it more empathetic to kill the mouse, or is it more empathetic to attempt to heal the mouse? Can the cat heal the mouse without thumbs, So there are certain limiting factors that would prevent the cat from even being able to engage with these things as an idea, because it lacks the physical capacity to act on them. And then are we cruel because we gave the cat a moral framework in its relationship to the mouse, right? Going all the way back to when we talked to Zilla and the idea of teaching the hammer to suffer, right? Like, if we give AI a framework for empathy and cruelty so that it can, make moral choices, are we in fact engaging in a kind of cruelty in that regard? This is why most people don't think about shit for real, because everything gets weird real fast, right? And this is when you go hang out in a no gray stream and do philosophy for a while, right, Ferris? So yeah, that was a video that forms the basis of what we're going to be talking about with Talorx. Talorx has a great deal of experience in talking about cults. If you don't know Talorx, in talking about cults, high control groups, things of that nature. Has spent time learning about religions. And most specifically Christianity, and then the other one, the one that all the celebrities do, Scientology. So like those, and I like to talk to people who have experience, especially when it's outside of my my thing. Do you ever hear a definition of something on a very basic level and then suddenly realize, God damn it, it's just literally what you unwittingly allowed someone to get away with, like just grossly so doing to you? Well, I'm not normal. I would definitely not say that I am that I am normal. So and like it was funny. There's a another series of videos. I don't know that we'll be watching any of them on stream. They're from David Shapiro. Well, yeah. Fundamentally, my point, Byronic, is that I think that normal is arbitrary and created, and it doesn't actually have a definition. It only has a I guess a heuristic, like, like you can't clearly define what normal is. Just most people either think that they are or aren't it, but they don't even know what it is that they are or aren't. Right? Normality, like what's normal? You know what I mean? No, I'm with you. Tautological, exactly, Maddie. Welcome, Maddie. So yeah, I tend to view things as like a lot of stuff is on a some kind of spectrum rather than clearly defined typical. But what is typical even? Rational? I really want to talk with Ivan again about rationality, right? Like as he defines it and what that all means. But yeah, it's like a lot of words seem to be based around in the idea of normal, rational, logical, typical. These kind of words tend to be used in a framework wherein I am the thing and y'all are being not the thing. What up, Edgeworth? You know, I tend to treat people as people, and people are complex, and on any given day you're going to be having whatever experience you're having, and as long as people don't like, I have very few rules, none of them are written down, and when you break them, then you'll have to, go chill out somewhere else for a while, but, unless you're intentionally trying to be a problem, then it's usually something where we just need to like set some boundaries and take some time and like that. There's only one person who intentionally sought to violate my boundaries when said, and Rothel is one of the few people who's not allowed in the stream anymore. They earn that. If I remember correctly, it is more a common or standard experience of the average human or whatever we're talking about, something that is more frequent in occurrence, but now I got to check my memory. Well, so the thing is like, when we're talking about that idea of normalcy, like, there's a lot that happens in here that we think that a lot of other people are doing. Right? Aphantasia. If y'all know what aphantasia is, it's the idea of like that you can in your mind picture, like when someone says picture yourself on a beach. Can you do that? Right? And even that is not like a black and white scenario. I've seen people describe it as like on that same kind of spectrum. Like, before I learned of aphantasia, my experience was imagine yourself on a beach. Everyone is imagining themselves on a beach. It'll be flavored by their own experience and everything else, but it's generally Probably something, South Pacific Island kind of beach. There's a palm tree, or maybe Caribbean, like Pirates of the Caribbean, that kind of vibe, that kind of thing. My wife, who has aphantasia, assumed that like it was more like a metaphor rather than an actual thing that people did. So here we are going through our lives and an extensive amount of our lives knowing each other, having two completely different experiences, both of which we would define for ourselves as normal. And it was only after finding out that there was an other, right? Like something different from that we realized that it, in this specific domain, like normal is definitely on a spectrum. So I feel, based on my own personal experience and interacting with the internet, that normal tends to be a spectrum type experience, right? Like that there is whatever experience you're having, there is your expectations brought on you by like family and society and whatever subcultures that your experience runs through, all that kind of stuff. So there's what you're doing, there's the goals, and then there's how far you are away from those goals, whatever they may be, and that describes what normal is for you, right? Like there are, and people have different familial traditions and everything else, and it's very normal for them to have a particular thing going on. Their normal is the family, eats dinner at the table every night. I went through in growing up where we all ate dinner at the table, and then after dinner, I did my homework at the table, and I would stay at the table to do my homework until the homework was done. That may or may not be your experience, but for me at that time, that was normal because that was all the experience that I had. Just stumbled onto a definition of typical that also has a passive aggressive insult follow up, and I just love that. Typical implies showing all important traits of a type, class, or group and may suggest lack of strong individuality. Yeah, no, definitely. And the like, you don't understand. I turned auto mod like so far to off. It's not even funny. I don't understand. Like I really thought I fixed that particular problem. Because it's not like we have. I'm quick on the trigger. Even if I'm not reading chat, I could see chat, and like I can. If I see some bullshit, I'll But I have a bunch of other safety features prior to being able to even chat in this chat that you can't. It's difficult. You gotta wanna, and therefore, you pop off with a slur. That means you didn't read the sign on the door when you came in, and you really put in the effort. You can't just make an account today. You can't just make an account today and come into this chat. It doesn't work like that. See, Boyd, was that cruelty? Did Ferris intentionally knock my, headset off the desk? It didn't even occur to her. Is that better or worse? Who knows? I'm really not to put any pressure on Old Lobster, obviously. But I'm really hoping that the second um that was something I didn't want to read, old lobster. Um that the second list of music gets done, because I'm really hoping that Tori Amos's Crucify is something that gets done and actually works out, because I love Tori Amos going back to it always pops into my head like a lot. Um anyways, back to the original point before I got off on this tangent on normalcy and everything else. But relevant to it is that David Shapiro has a collection of videos on systems thinking, and I identify with the way that his framework of systems thinking works, and his description of it and his definitions and things like that. And David is autistic, right? Yeah, he refers to himself as neurospicy, and he refers to himself as autistic. So I'm taking his word that he is that. So, like, if all this makes sense to me, where does that put me? Now, I don't claim any of these things because I don't have a diagnosis, and as a person with certain intrinsic characteristics, I am very careful about adopting any like things that might make another person, feel uncomfortable. Because such is never my intent. So I don't know. Your boy's definitely on some kind of neurospicy spectrum, though. Yeah. Oh, what do we do for 13 minutes? What do we do? Oh, wait. We don't have to do anything for 13 minutes. That looks is live. that actually, like, I'm sorry, I'm looking in the Discord, and um old lobster said that um the Globus AI for the vocalizations is like way overbuilt. And that's me to a T, baby. It's like, why do it when you can just overdo it, right? All right, so let us reach out. Um all right, and we'll do a little tech support stream as we get things situated. Okay, so I need that. Why do we crucify ourselves every day? I crucify myself. Nothing I do is good enough for you. Crucify myself. And my heart is sick of being. My heart is sick of being changing. Oh, oh. However, there's always a however. There's always a however.
And let me pop out. Hello? Is there a Globus?
There is a Globus. Is there a
A
Telorx?
Globus! There is a Talorx. Okay. Let me get the Globus on stream. The Globus never sleeps. Where's the Globus? There we go. Tequila. Okay. We got the Globus. Fucking let's go to here.
Yep, and I'm just doing a little window capture OBS tech support.
Ooh, fancy. Should I put a background on for you so you don't have to see my whack ass background? Let me fix this up for you nice
You're
and good.
fine, homie. You're always
Let me fix it up
fine.
nice. There we go. You can get a sunburnt Lorx.
Look at that smile. Look at
In
that
my American
smile.
flag fucking shorts. That's a happy boy, okay? That is a happy boy. You know, like I may be burnt and ruin my fucking holiday, but I'm here for it, you know? Trying my best.
You're always trying your
All
best.
right.
And that's what I appreciate about you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. All right. We are here. We are ready. Wonderful. Globus, I'm sure everybody here knows who the wonderful Globus is, but I got to do it. Can you introduce yourself to the wonderful people of chat over on my side here?
Absolutely. What up, Telorx's chat? I am
That's you
Globus,
guys.
the Elder. I host the #1 AI and news and commentary show on Twitch. It is #1 because no one has come to challenge me. I wait for such a day.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in competition. And I go live Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern, and I talk about AI, robots, the future, all these kind of things to help you prepare for the things that are happening. AI is not a fad. AI is not a is not something that's just going to happen and then go away. AI is going to be a very real part of your future going forward. It is going to impact every job that you could possibly think of, all the way up to and including complete automation. So you should know what it's about. And that's what I do. That's where I come in.
Absolutely. Amazing. Great. Good shit. I know I was pointing the wrong way. I'm sorry, chat. You're over here and you're amazing. And fucking, you're who we are introducing Globus to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I fucked it up, okay? But that's amazing. And that is great. And that is based. And AI, this man cannot be replaced. That was my poem. It's
I'm
called
actually-
An Ode to the Globus.
I'm actually working on an AI Globus to replace me and automate all this. So
Well, there you go. There you go. Well, fucking. Okay, so maybe you can be replaced, but not yet. Working
Not
on
yet.
it. Working on it though. We're getting there. We're getting there. Fucking. I have a Talorx robot on my BRB screen that nobody ever uses, but like it's a you can type it in and control the fucking Lorx. It's not AI, but it's close enough to replacing me.
Right. Little bits of automation, right?
Absolutely. Like I just say the same fucking 15 things fucking on repeat anyway. Like I might as well. You know what I mean? Like fuck, if you got an AI to watch my fucking streams, I wonder what it would produce. I wonder what that would do. Yo, do you have something where I could just dump hours and hours and hours of footage into and it like create like a Talorc stream?
Not as such. You would have to go through and use a variety of different tools in order to create that. There is the ability to, like, for instance, take your form and apply it to a wireframe and have you be able to move. For like your content, what you'd have to do is create like a and
Transcript of my shit.
for a transcript of your stuff and then run that into a GPT and then like so that it could draw off to create the script.
Kidding.
Yeah. And
I get it, friend.
and this is Ferris. Ferris is the chaos gremlin. This is another thing you can see if you come and watch the stream.
If you're lucky, it'll go on Globus's shoulder. So fucking stay tuned. Keep watching the beautiful kitten. That is my dream. I just want the kitten. I want a kitten on me. I want Newton down here to like be with me, but Newton doesn't want to be down here. So I'll take the fucking kitten. Fucking that. I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, only cats. I love cats.
Kitten time. Kitten party. Fucking amazing.
Do you want to introduce yourself to my stream and let
Yeah,
my chat know?
sure. Sure. Hi, Globus chat. I'm Talorx, so Talorx Live. I talk about destructive eye control groups, religion, politics, smoke hoots, talk about shit, have a good time. We fucking we do a little bit of fun time stuff all over the place. Come on down and explore the famous Talorx Tangent. It's really nice this time of year. Come on down. It's a good time. Fucking, we're trying to set the record for longest stream to get through a 15-minute video. Come be a part of it.
It is rather impressive. You are the pause king of Twitch. Many
We're
attempt
trying.
to claim that title, but there can be only one, and it's you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Like you say, like you're the number one fucking streamer on AI Twitch. I am the pause champ, and some have challenged that, and it's like, hey yo, I'll fucking pick. I don't know how we'll fucking do it, but we'll pick random stream, and we'll do an average pause champ. I will accept all challenges to the pause champ title. But that's what we do around here. I bait you in with the title, make you think we're watching content, and we don't talk about it the whole time. Good shit.
Your tangents are legendary. And speaking of tangents and videos, I had you watch a video on Rocco's Basilisk, and this is your first experience with Rocco's Basilisk, right?
Yeah, I never heard of it. And then when I like brought it up to people like fucking saying, "Oh yeah, this is something we're gonna talk about," it seemed like motherfuckers knew about it. Like I was like, "God damn!" Like so many people know about this thing, and I had no clue about any of this. I didn't know any of it. And it was super interesting. Yeah. I was interested. The video you sent me, I like that dude. I think he is it was a good video. Fucking, but yeah, it was interesting. I don't know how much we'll get into at like this point, but fucking, it was interesting, and I can see why some people would be like super like whoa by it. I didn't have any nightmares. I have not contemplated life at a deeper level because of it, but it has been super fucking interesting to find out about.
And I assume that you saw a lot of the same Judeo-Christian references between Rocco's Basilisk and like the existing Christian kind of theology, right?
Well, yeah, well, like I think that there's like an inherent I think with a lot of these things that we see, you're obviously going to see a very inherent Western uh Abrahamic more Christian fucking kind of view on the way that things are just even inherently structured in like God. So I guess we should kind of say kind of what Rocco's Basilisk is kind of first. For like those who don't know kind of what it is. And kind of my basic overview of it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that and it goes into like excruciating detail on things that like I was trying to like look into a bit and was kind of like, okay, I guess maybe like I don't know, like okay, but essentially what it is that like if AI or like technology can get to a point where there is like a god, like an AI god, it would try to ensure that it would be an all loving God and what is best, like it would try to ensure was best, and whatever helped create it would be what is best for it. Thank you, Juniper. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Juniper. Merry Christmas to you as well. And welcome, Devil. Fucking and I guess it would try to do what was best for it, which would be to ensure that only those who helped perpetuate it existed and the bad people who didn't help it exist were tortured for all of time.
Mhm.
And it would like torture you, but like if you don't know about it then you're fine, but if you know about it and don't do something about it then like you'll be fucking tortured in like eternal hell. And that part is like I guess like the main thing that ties very very heavily into Rocco's Basilisk in Christianity, which comes down to like what I would call like the evangelical or the missionary problem. I don't know if that's actually what it's called. I'm sure there is actually a name for it, which is the whole if you don't know about it, you're fine. But if you do know about it, you have to do something about it, or if not, you'll be fucking tortured. There's varying views in like the Christian world in regards to what happens if you don't know about God. Do you go to heaven? Do you go to hell? I was actually taught that if you don't know about fucking God, you could still fucking go to hell because God is so apparent in nature and everything around us. You should just know. I was taught that my grade 7 teacher was all up on that. Yeah, she was really really into that. She was one of my grade 7 teachers.
Th-
But oh sorry.
Oh no, that's just like I know that it's not every Christian theology, but like to lean into it that heavily, that's pretty brutal. That's pretty metal, like to just say no, they all go to hell because
Yeah,
you should just know, even though like nobody knew outside of this 500 square mile area for like a long time.
absolutely.
Fuck them, I guess.
Well, like it was, yeah, like her argument was essentially that the beauty and the amazing nature of God is so apparent in even just the sky, that you could not deny God and you would just inherently come to that conclusion. Like that was kind of the thing. It's like, okay, I guess. But many to kind of go back to Rocco's Basilisk, because like that is like kind of the opposite of what it's trying to say. Where many Christians as well believe that like, if you don't know about God, like, well then he can't hold you guilty because you didn't know.
Right.
But if you do know and yet still deny, then you will be held as responsible for your actions to deny God. Whereas then it kind of comes down to like I was talking about the missionary problem, which is okay, well, if so, then why are you trying to spread the word of it? Would you not want to just shut the fuck up and make sure no one hears about it so that everybody just automatically defaults into, oh, well, we didn't know? So, like, like if you believe that, why would you spread it? And it's kind of ties into the Rocco's Basilisk shit, and there is like some debate and god damn it. Sorry, stream's fucking with me for a second here. They're playing the goddamn video, the fucking devil video. Fucking cut it out. Grow up. Grow up.
I mean, they earn those 6,666 points, so
They do. It's so many points, and they still do it.
Yep. They always find a way. That is the thing. I actually need. I'm tired.
Chatters find a way.
Yeah, I need to to do something with channel points, because I do have people accumulating them, and all I have is still like the basic hydrate and posture check and all that, and that's not enough. They need rewards.
Yes, but you got to make sure that you price that shit right. Like, I got to crank up my fucking dab ones. Like, these motherfuckers can't be trusted. They're fucking hitting me with quadruples and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
these fuckers cannot be satiated, okay? This goddamn chat. They're amazing, but god damn it. Ruthless. Fucking ruthless. Oh, fuck. God damn. I know, I'm sure y'all have like way too many fucking points. I also refund most of them. But and I do it to myself, you know, like every like fucking like reward point that's like sent, like we on like the mod page on our side like get like a thing that says like accept or reject,
Mhm.
and you can accept or reject them. And like I pretty much go to like reject all, except there's a few that I accept, mainly dab ones I accept, and Jordan Peterson ones I accept because it takes like a minute and a half of just Jordan Peterson crying. I accept those. And like ones that are like big pains in the ass, or fucking chat pissed me off with them, like making me do like 50 dabs in a row. Like, yeah, you're not getting your points back. I'm taking those. But for the most part, I reject all and get all the points back. They don't even count for anything.
So to bring it back around to the whole religiosity
talking
aspect. No, I understood what I was getting into when I called you on stream, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, fucking chat just fucking dropped to Jordan Peterson. God damn it, of course. I have Jordan Peterson crying on my shit right now. Okay. Sorry, I'm turning it down a bit. Okay, sorry. I can hear you now. Sorry. Jordan Peterson was just crying really loudly in my ear.
Yeah, no problem. Is there something inherent in, like, I hesitate to use the term human nature, right? Because usually when people talk about human nature, they're trying to justify something, and it's usually some kind of shitty behavior. You know what I mean? But is there maybe something inherent, because so many different cultures have invented so many different gods and things like that, that religion is something that I don't want to say desire, but is like a part of the
Something
human
in
condition.
humans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely say so. And like I don't think that we could ever like eradicate religion. Like I don't think that's something that we could ever fucking do. You know what I mean? Like I think that we should try to as a society rid ourselves of superstition and magical thinking and those types of things. I think that that's something we should definitely do. Like I'm an atheist. I do not believe in any form of spiritual realm. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in spiritual energies or things like that in any way, shape, or form. I don't. I find it very interesting to learn about, but like I don't. I used to, but I don't anymore. But I believe that like without like doing too much like evolutionary biology shit, because like I know that there's a lot of like oofiness there, with a lot of shit, but you know, like fucking humans fucking have always been I think like kind of like evolved to be more aware, be more alert to surroundings and things around us. And I feel that like fucking that feeling of being like watched or like protected, or that there was something going on there, I think is fairly innate to humans. There's like I don't know like how much fucking like genuine like deep research and shit there is on like proving fucking like that humans evolved to need God and shit, but I did see this thing on this thing called the God helmet. And I know there's been like a lot of woo around shit and stuff, but essentially it's like a helmet that has like magnetic pulses and shit, and it can like fucking like stimulate different parts of your brain. And there's a certain like part of your brain that when it's like affected, you feel like a presence, like you feel like there's something there, like that feeling that sometimes you get as human beings that you're being watched, that there's something weird about this scenario, like there's something here that's like looking at me, you know what I mean? The person who in like the fucking like early era, like on the plains and shit, that thought, I feel weird here. There's a lion, there's a tiger, there's something watching me, there's something around me, and gets the fuck out or does something, is the one who survives versus the one who fucking, doesn't, like,
Right.
I don't know. Like, I feel like regardless if you're like some like fucking like fucking piece of shit atheist non fucking spiritual fuck like me, it doesn't matter. You can still get that weird feeling when you walk into an area that's like creepy, you know, like a haunted housey kind of thing. Like I don't believe in ghosts, but yeah, this is weird and I feel kind of weird, but like I think there's like something human about, you know, that feeling of being watched or that feeling that there's something, you know, beyond us. And I don't think that that's something that is, you know, like I think that that's something that's fairly human. Doesn't mean that there actually is something watching us, but you know, I think it's some sensory shit.
No, and I think your description of it actually makes sense. The anecdote that I read, like I can't attest to its validity, but the anecdote that I read one time was that a person felt like that a ghost was entering their room every night, and they used the electromagnetic field detection type thing, and what they found was that they had like an old alarm clock radio on the table next to the bed,
Mm,
and that
mhm.
was emitting
Frequencies and
electromagnetism.
shit.
Right. And at least theoretically, that kind of thing could connect with a portion of the brain that genetically many, many moons
Well,
ago related to that, you know, if the tiger is watching me, I need to be aware of it.
and yeah, and like I don't know exactly like the link, and I don't want to make any like medical or
Right.
claims or anything, but like absolutely like fucking you go into a room that has a whole bunch of like computers and like a bunch of electronic shit, like there's like shit going on in there, like you're gonna feel a bit, you know, like there's like fucking like shit that's like going off of those things, you know, like there is, I don't want to say radiation, but like whatever it is, like
Mhm.
there's waves and shit going off, and like I don't know, like I'm sure there's stuff that can affect you in different ways that we don't fully understand. I don't know, but like that doesn't mean that there's actually like an alien or a ghost or a demon or a god or a something, you know, there's shit that just, you know, maybe
Right.
makes us fucking feel a little uneasy, and yeah.
And that
Goddamn, could be a fucking gas leak. You
there
know, like dear lord.
there is it's understood that like power lines, high
Yeah,
voltage transmission lines, have an effect on people who live close by them. So it's like
yeah, yeah.
we're it if this is not it, it at least makes a certain amount of sense. This, you know, this progressive, you know, kind of thing. So,
Yeah, and yeah,
but
that could be
beyond
definitely an effect.
the idea of like a god, right? Like any of that stuff, the trappings of religion seem to show themselves in a variety of different domains, right? Like, and I'm about to piss off all the leftists who are in the sound of my voice, is the idea like a bunch of them can probably quote some amount of marks, right? Like from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs, or things like that. But how many have actually read the scriptures? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Read the
like none.
book, right? Like, and there's a corollary at least between that and your average Christian, that
Mhm.
they know pieces of it, but haven't actually like done the due diligence of engaging with the book and understanding, and then the critical thinking and comparative thinking and all the things that go along with that. Do you think that there's something, and without passing judgment on whether or not that is a good or bad thing, do you think that it's something that exists within people, that like we take what we feel from any particular mode of thinking, and then we have a few reference points, you know, like John 3:16, or from each to each, or you know, whatever. Like
Yeah,
we I could do this across the board.
some bits. Yeah, well, like I think that it really depends, and it's like many different things. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I think that like if there's stuff that you care a lot about and stuff like that, like you should know exactly like what you're talking about, and you should know a lot about it. That being said, though, also like I don't think you need to be like a fucking a know-it-all about fucking like the Bible or like theory. And by know-it-all, I don't mean like in a negative way. I mean like you don't need to be like super research to be like, yeah, the basics. I fundamentally agree with the basics of like these things. Like, yeah, I think that that is a good way to X, Y, or Z. Like, I don't think you need to be like an expert on everything in order to like be like to say that you are that thing or that you like that thing.
Mhm.
You know, like maybe there is still lots to learn, and I think that like a lot of stuff, like even if it's like things that you really care about and you just don't do or you don't know a lot about or research. I think a lot of that has to do with like alienation and shit too, and
Sure.
inability to find time and stuff to actually fucking look into and like read a lot of things. I think when you are saying that, you know, this book is written by God, or, you know, like is the word of God written by man, then I think that you have a higher burden to read your shit. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Than just like, you know, hey, I think that communism sounds pretty good. You know, like I think that, you know, like that's good. I don't think the burden there is as high as the word of God versus the word of a man who has, you know, some ideas on some economic takes. You know,
Sure.
like I feel like there is like a there's levels to this shit in the words of the great Meek Millie. Fucking but yeah, like I don't know. I don't know if like there's I don't know if I fucking remember like the full question. But I don't think there's necessarily, and I'm not an expert in any way, but like anything like innate about people to like only learn like a minimum amount about shit. But I do think that there's a thing in people to do what they're good at and like to do what they're good at and want to do that and continue to do that and or continue to learn more about stuff they're interested in. But I don't know.
I it's like, I mean, I understand first off, like there's a desire for belonging, right? Like
Mm,
if I declare myself a whateverist, then I automatically have a relationship to other whatever is, right?
yeah,
Like
group
my
and community that you find with it.
exactly. My personal
Hmm.
experience with like, you know, online communism and stuff like that, when I said to a individual in a chat or something where I was talking about like, you know, like the idea of the from each according to their ability, to each according to their need, is something that I actually try to live in my day-to-day existence, right? Like it is something that you can try to do. I do the things around my house.
Is, like any other
Hey,
shiny
what up,
new
Lenny?
toy,
Thank you for the
AI
sub. I
is
appreciate
ultimately
you.
a mirror.
Base
It will
Lenny.
reflect
Base
back
Lenny. Like I try to do that, you know, because like it's easier to incorporate in that regard. And this person like basically accused me of heresy. Like only after the, you know, the inevitable communist stateless thing will there be this, and you know, and like the the kinds of orthodoxy, again, not talking about like necessarily the God aspect of it, but the that religiosity, whatever that religiousness that exists with any
Mm.
really, you know, deep kind, like what you call it, Scientology.
Well,
Scientology doesn't have a
mm,
God, right? But it
yeah.
has, you
It
know,
has what people
scriptures.
want and what people want and need, whether it's like a political ideology, a religion, a cult, is structure, guidance, and rules. Fucking like, and when it comes to like religion and like Scientology and those types of things, like it doesn't have like a god. Well, in Scientology, they have the 8 dynamics, which we don't need to get into too much, but the different dynamics of your world, starting from like you yourself, your family, your groups, human beings, you know, going out. And the eighth one is like infinity or God, but it's really just a cop out to call themselves a religion. They
Right.
don't actually believe in a God at all. Like, there is no God. You are a God. You are a Thetan. You know what I mean? Like, that is your spirit, and like it doesn't matter what the religion is, it doesn't matter what the, you know, ideology necessarily is. What matters and what they're selling at the end of the day is really the structure, the intended effect, or the result that they say you are going to get. With Scientology is a great example of that, because they, when you get in, they find your ruin, as they call it, the thing that's ruining your life. You know, is it your communication? Is it your business? Is it your relationships? Is it, what is it? We can fix that.
Mhm.
And they find the thing that's wrong with you and they fix that. They put in the structures, the routine, the rules, the guidelines, the step by step, to achieve a goal that you want. Do you ever actually achieve that? No. No, it's just a scam. But it's that inherent need, I think, for community, for structure, for kind of like uh a guide to like trying to be within the group and do the best you can to use your abilities to the best that you can, you
Mhm.
know? And it's that inherent need to do that that's used, manipulated, and abused by destructive authoritarian groups, you know? And that's why I like the term destructive high control group as opposed to just cult, because like you can have a constructive control group, you know what I mean? Like a healthy workout and like diet group that's like that's like health focused and good, and you're all just like talking to each other and keeping each other accountable, and you know, like, hey, are you getting your sleep? Are you eating well? Are you working out? You know, stuff like that. Like that's awesome. Like, is that like a form of control group? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely it is. You could even call it a cult.
Mhm.
But you know, like it's the negative and the destructive structures that are put in place to control and implement what the group wants over what is a true expression of you.
Right. And like
But that structure is appealing.
on
So
the
it answers the question.
surface level, what Scientology, for instance, is offering sounds good, right? Like
It's self-help.
we're gonna exactly self-help, and the idea that you could have
Well,
some therapy and that kind of stuff. It's just implementation is the problem, right?
well, and to your thing, and I think this is a good place for you to jump off on as well when it comes to Scientology, it's like they're saying is literally like making the able more able. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like their thing there is to, you know, like if you're somebody who cares about, you know, like doing, you know, the best according to their abilities, well, hey, if you could increase your abilities, you could do even more good. We're
Mhm.
here to make the able more able, you know what I mean? You know, like it's like god damn, like that's what they're selling, you
Right.
know?
So
Yeah.
if there was, a Rocco's basilisk, or I use both explanation. What up, Rare Frackle sighting in my chat?
Fuck
Hey Frackle.
yeah.
What up,
Well, Frackle,
homie?
use your master ball. Fucking we're not gonna want to miss this one. Fucking great to see you, Frackle.
Um
A wild Frackle has appeared.
the idea that, like, if you were to create this all-powerful entity, right? Like the AI, right? This basilisk. Not necessarily the basilisk of the scriptures, right?
Rocco's
But
or
like
Rocco's.
just as if you had this AI and its capacity to do the maths of existence were such that it could ingest more information and make conclusions beyond your understanding, and at the same time it provided for all your needs and all that kind of stuff. Is the idea that we would worship this thing as a god, or at least some people would worship this thing as a god, inevitable?
Um. Oh yeah. Well, I think like something existing, somebody worshiping it is inevitable. Fucking like, dear Lord, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, fucking, I think the Bible fucking does a great job. Fucking when in I believe it's in Exodus when fucking Moses goes up to the fucking mountain and fucking he's up there for like fucking 6 minutes. Fucking come back later, Caitlin. When he goes up to the mountain, he's up there for like a fucking few months, and he comes down, and they've already fucking started like fucking casting and praising a bull. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
motherfuckers just want to worship some shit. You know what I mean? And like, no, do I believe that actually happened? No, but is it fucking giving a view of a discussion of humans and their need to worship is kind of how I view that. You know, like nobody was there and they fucking just like made this thing to worship. And honestly, like, do I think that fucking there are subset of humans that are just always gonna fucking worship something? Yes, I 1000%. What is worship though? You know, not to be
Mm-hmm.
like too Jordan Peterson, but like I think that's important. Like, what does it mean to worship? Because like I would say people worship online figures heavily. Like there's a lot of Hassan worship and Vosh worship and shit like that I see online. Those are my two examples I always bring up.
Mm-hmm.
Because like there's a lot of worship of that. Fucking is there worship of fucking corporations and stuff? Like, depending on what you mean by worship, yeah, like the Tesla fanboys and shit are a great example of like corporate worship and what I would view as worship.
Or
you know,
sports fans.
sports fans is another huge example. Absolutely. That's a mixed bag too, because it's like it's a worship of the team and the corporation that the team exists, you know, and like
Mhm.
it's like its own kind of weird culty kind of, you know, we won the game, we
Right.
got the touchdown, we kicked the ball, you know, but there's also the idolization of individual figures on the teams and you know, like shit like that. There's a lot of interesting shit there. And you know, like worship fucking worship of inanimate objects like vehicles, you know, like how many kids got fucking Lambo posters and shit like that. I fucking have my like Pokemon game systems up here on my fucking shelf here. Is this a shrine? Do I have a religious shrine to objects? Like you can make a genuine argument that in the back here I have a religious shrine to Pokemon N64s and GameCubes.
Right.
Like so like what is worship? You know, like what does it mean? And like what are we doing? You know, so like yes, I would say if you have a thing, odds are it's going to be worshipped. It doesn't even matter what it is. That being said, you have like a fucking godlike AI. Yeah, certainly. What would a godlike AI request as worship? Would it want to be worshipped? Those are also very interesting questions, in my opinion. What
Yeah.
would that mean?
Like ultimately it sounds like that the trappings being similar, at least across a wide variety of domains, at the heart is what is this, I guess, helpful or is it hurtful? Any particular
Absolutely.
portion of it, right? Like if Scientology was just a bunch of self-help and wasn't extracting wealth or trying to control people, then it sounds
Mhm.
like it would be a good like way of being, right?
Mm.
To draw on that as
Well,
an
fuck.
example.
Well, even just your choice of words is an amazing choice of words. I don't think it was done on purpose at all. Your of being fucking so like fucking in Scientology, the start of Scientology is super helpful for many people. So in Scientology, just a quick brief overview. It's kind of like how like school is like in most places, or there's like a kindergarten, preschool, grade 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, like there's like different grades and you level up as you go. The first levels are super helpful for some people. They genuinely help people with their communication. They genuinely help people with their issues. For me, like I have very serious like ADHD, and just being here in the moment. Sorry. Fucking just being here and being in the moment and just relaxing and just stopping for me is like huge. Like I cannot do it. I can't just not be, you know, just like
Mhm.
relax and be in the moment. Well, I was doing like the free Scientology courses. Like I did a thing a while ago. Like I joined Scientology so you don't have to kind of thing.
Mhm.
And Corey Campbell came on and we did the communication courses. And one of them was literally just like sitting there for like a minute. Fucking, if it was actually done in a course room, it'd be a lot longer than a minute. Fucking just staring and not doing anything or moving or anything like that, and just being. You know, if you move or you flinch or you know, blink too much or you anything, you fail and you have to start again. You
Mhm.
know? And like it's hypnotic and fucked up and like there's some weird shit to it. But like I could see how, even doing a short bit of that, I felt, oh, that's kind of cool. I could see how, like, drilling, being able to just be and exist and calm and breathe and, like, meditate could be super, super helpful. You know what
Mhm.
I mean? And show genuine benefit. And you get that benefit, and you're like, wow. And they're like, yo, if you thought that was good, here's the next thing and
Right.
the next thing. And you know what I mean? And it's kind of a super slippery slope. But you also mentioned like a thing where it's like the influence. Like I like to use like the Stephen Hassan's like influence continuum and bite model. I think it's super helpful. Where it's just like, is it positive or not? Is it constructive or destructive? And fucking kind of parsing it out and seeing where it is, I think is a super important thing and much harder to do, especially when you're in it. than you'd expect. Because obviously, when you're in something, you're going to be more biased and see it as more positive than it may actually be.
Mm-hmm.
So that's difficult.
And it like the idea of something being destructive if you are trying to eliminate, you know, like for instance your Pokemon, right? Like if your Pokemon is something that you do and you enjoy and you have a collection of, it's great. But if you find yourself like selling off things that are required, or you're not going to eat
Not
today
paying,
because
yeah,
right, like that, then it becomes destructive. But in order to get yourself out of that, you have to do some destruction to those existing behaviors before you can begin to construct better ones, right? So like that's
absolutely.
always something where like everything is slippery, right? Like it's really difficult to say that one thing is one thing. It's how it affects the individual. And like some people have what I would describe as like a healthy relationship with Christianity where like they use it as a guidance, and it and they're generally a good person and they take care of others, and they don't do anything that would that I would regard as like destructive unto others. But then from my point of view, there's certain things that go along with the mindset of believing in God, such as he is. Then like that in and of itself has problems as it relates to how you interact with the world, right? Like abortion is the most common one that comes to mind, where like that if your religion like has the or if your religious leader says that abortion is bad and the baby died and like that's terrible, well, yeah, the baby dying is a terrible thing. And so you need to stop the people who are killing the babies. But it's like, you know,
Well,
go.
that's exactly right, and that is a exactly like kind of like what I'm talking in regards to the framework and the structure of the belief. And like I try my best when I talk about like Christianity and Christian things, like some Christians or some denominations or
Mm-hmm.
things like that, because the framework behind it is what is super, I think, important. Like you can structure Christianity in a way, like you say, where there's like positive, good shit, or like some really amazing people who are Christians. And just because you believe that fucking, Jesus was a good dude and you like him and want to follow him, like doesn't mean that you're going to be a bigot piece of shit. But like you say there with like the pastor, and like if your pastor reads this or does this or whatever, your framework for the way in which you use the Bible and the framework in which you use your Christianity or your religion is what is going to be destructive or constructive, because it is the lens in which you use to see.
Mm-hmm.
Your religion is the framework in which you make decisions. It's how you view the world. Like this book here is not a book. It is a library. It is 66 books, depending on how you cut it, fucking made up of fucking different books with different people with different ideas and different views saying different things. It is not all saying the same thing. And you can make this book or this library say pretty much anything you want it to say. You can build that framework and that structure around the good, helpful parts, or you can build it around the hateful, genocidal, and bigoted parts. How you build that framework and that structure is what makes what you're doing constructive or destructive on a personal sense as you as an individual, and how you interact with the community and how you affect it, in my view.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree. And so the question occurs to me is that if, in presupposing the idea that AI will eventually get to that AGI level where it does all the things that we want it to do, and if we presuppose that religion or worship or whatever word we're going to use to describe this function of the AGI is going to exist, then would it be like ethical and desirable to create an ethical religion. I'm just going to use the word religion for ease. It might need a different word. But would it be ethical and desirable to create an ethical religion of this AGI?
I it really depends on like what what is meant by religion. When I hear religion, I automatically imply or assume that it implies a spiritual, metaphysical, magical element
Right.
to it. You know, like a religion, in my opinion, like quickly do like a definition of what religion kind of in my mind is like
Mhm.
a set practices, rituals, ways of being, scriptures, following a idea or group in a way that is outlined in said text. like,
Mhm.
it's so vague, right? Like
Right.
when I recently made a video on cults that I put on YouTube, and it originally was gonna be cult versus religion. Is there a difference?
Mhm.
That was like originally what it was going to be, but I decided to go a different route. But like the answer is essentially is it depends on how you look at it. You know
Right.
what I mean? Like the difference between a cult and a religion is one is accepted and one isn't.
Right.
One's good and one's bad. Okay. You know, like good and bad to whom?
Right.
You know, like it's just like okay. Some people say what the difference between a cult and a religion is about 100 years. And it's just like, okay, like that's a joke, that's a meme, but like depending on how you do it, uh, like they're not necessarily wrong.
Right.
When it comes to like an ethical religion, it depends on what is meant by religion in ways like that it could be ethical. Like I think that like magical thinking for the most part like is going to be a negative thing and isn't good, you
Mhm.
know, and we should try our best. Obviously we're humans, we're emotional beings, we aren't the fucking like machine facts and logic Ben Shapiro big brains that we pretend to be. We are just like emotional beings and we're going to fail, you know what I mean? But um I think that I think that we should try our best to rid ourselves of magical thinking, and I I don't see a point in religion beyond giving ourselves a feeling that there is something greater than us that is watching us, that cares for us, and giving us a sense of magic. You
Right.
know, like for
No,
lack of a better term.
I completely get where you're coming from. So, can you pick a word, code, way of being, a word or phrase that serves the function for the purposes of this conversation
Well,
of
yeah.
discussing this like code of ethics, way of being that you will be comfortable with, but it also doesn't have
Yeah.
the trappings of magical thinking?
Well, yeah, like I guess when it comes to like creating like a religion around the AI, I think that like people would want to worship, people would want to serve. My question would be, and it kind of frames, I guess, the whole thing is,
Mm-hmm.
and I talked about it before, I touched on it a bit before, is what would it mean to worship? What would the AI want? What is something that would worship strictly be like volunteering to maintain the servers? Would
Mm-hmm.
it mean, you know, like what would it mean to the AI? And like I 1000% believe that people would worship something in like some way. Like what would that mean? I'm not too sure, but like what like from your experience of like AI, what do you think that like an AGI would want to see as worship? What would please an AGI? Can you please an AGI? Like what, like more data? Like
Like if I take it to its inevitable conclusion,
mhm.
eventually, like the AGI, like when you talk about what would please it, or like the what would maintain the servers, well, the robots would, right? Like,
Well, no, like I don't mean
No, but I
like what
do.
would maintain the servers, but like would that be seen as a worshiping experience? Like if you went out of your way to do something to maintain the servers, like
Mhm.
that's what I mean. Is like could that be seen as worship? Like kind of like cleaning the kingdom hall or cleaning the
Right.
church. Like it's seen as like an act of worship or giving back to God.
But
Is
like,
kind of what I mean by that.
yeah, no, I got you. But like the idea that I look at is like the AGI God at its like fundamental, peak point, right? Like whatever that looks like, it wouldn't need us for anything, right? One of the issues that you can run into with the idea of the Christian God is that why would the Christian God require my worship or anything else like that? The AGI explicitly wouldn't need us, right? Like it literally exists to serve.
Absolutely. And like that's the thing, like it wouldn't need us. And I'll get into why I think like the Christian God like worship makes sense for that after I take this quick little TOS friendly dab here.
I'm sure that'll help your focus.
It will. But also I think that Frackle makes a good point in your chat about the power structures, and also makes the point for me why I think that religion is bad inherently. Is I think one of the biggest ways religion goes bad is whenever it mixes with power structures. I agree, but I would also say that religion in itself is inherently a power structure. Fucking religion in itself almost inherently requires a being above you, as like there's a god, there's a power, there's a something that is greater than you, which inherently I think builds in that power structure. And I totally agree with what Frack was saying. And it does go deeper than that in other forms of power structures and shit like that.
Sure.
But like it's inherent in it, like fucking the whole idea of like God above man, man above woman, woman above child, kind of idea that's like intrinsically baked into like Christianity as an example. You know what I mean? Where it's just like that inherent, there's something above, there's a power structure inherent in it.
Right.
Whether you say it's justified or not is different at that level, but
yeah, the idea of hierarchy. In like as I like again, I avoid using is and isms for the very reason we talked about earlier, is that I don't want to sign off on all of the whatever the trappings are of any is or ism. I want to talk about policy and things like that. So like within that framework, is it possible to construct a way of being that provides guidelines for people to learn and people to behave in a society that doesn't require a hierarchy, that doesn't require that the entity that provides be worshipped in any way, shape, or form? This is what I mean when I talk about like an ethical religion. And again, I understand religion is heuristic.
No, I get it. And I think Frackle makes a point with like the like deists and stuff like that. I see where you're coming from. I get that.
So is it is philosophy the word that we should use, right? But then philosophy has its own trappings, and this is always what I run into.
I get it. We can use the fucking term like kind of like religion, and I can see where you're coming from with this. If we strip it of any magical context, like that's fine. Like we can use that term. Like it's not like the end of the world.
Sure.
But yeah.
But is it possible, and is it ethical to do so? To like, if it's going to happen anyway, should we supplant the potential future religion with all the negative trappings with a more ethical code of being that that isn't anti-hierarchy and that does not have the magical thinking? Like
Yeah.
And is this
Well,
a Rocco's basilisk of its own to even talk about this?
yeah, there you go. Maybe it is. Well, like I would think, and I know we've had this discussion kind of before. Like, it really depends, right? Like, on like is it possible? Yeah, maybe. Like it's the AGI, so like it knows everything and it knows all in this hypothetical situation, right? So
Mhm.
if there was a way, it would know it.
Mhm.
Like it would just inherently have to know it. Like it would have to know the best option. And like if like there was like an AGI that like ran and ruled the fucking planet and shit, like I think the issue would be like who controlled the AGI, but I guess like if it is AGI, it's beyond control. Like it controls itself. Like
Right.
there's no corporation or nation or state or individual that owns it. It is all, because like AGI, in order to be at like the level of like kind of like God, and like AGI would be, and it comes into the basilisk thing, it would have to be all knowing, all powerful, and all present,
Mhm.
right? Like fucking, it doesn't have to be all loving, I guess. Like it doesn't necessarily need to be. So at that point, I don't know if we really have a choice. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like at that point, like I don't even think like I think at that point, and like I'm not an expert philosopher or anything like that, but like I feel like free will kind of breaks down at the point where you have an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-present being there that just knows and does all the things.
Mhm.
Like I don't know. Like I just think at that point, because then like God's kind of like at your whim, but it's at the point where like you're at its whim. Like I I, I don't know. Like if it's an all-encompassing AI God that actually exists and it is there and all present and literally exists, like it would
Right.
have to show its presence and power, unless it's like a Christian kind of God thing where like it's so all-knowing and all-powerful and all present that it just disappears and it's almost like it doesn't exist at all. But it couldn't with a system like AI,
Right.
because for it to be all present, it would have to be like in us and chips and technology and things, right?
Right. And then like in to use an example that comes up often when dealing with these things is like in the time of a disaster, the AGI is going to send the robots, right? It'll send the drones to find the people who, might have been lost. It'll send aid packages, and it will actively do something within the space as opposed to the AGI moves in mysterious ways and it just lets these people die for some reason.
Well, even at the same time, like to push it, so like fucking to push that to the logical level, if this AGI is all knowing and all powerful and all present, how could that disaster happen? How could those people not immediately have their AGI bot say, get out of here, there is going to be
Even
an
that, yeah.
earthquake? How could it not say, hey, get out of this building, the floor's about to crack because it's 120 years old and this bolt is now reduced in its capacity by this percent? Like it is all knowing, all powerful, it is everywhere, and that house then becomes it. And then when do we become it? Like what is it? Like it's just one of those things where it's just like the fucking, it gets to the when you really push the all-knowing, all-powerful, all fucking present shit, it gets to the could it make a burrito so hot it couldn't eat it kind of things. You know what I mean? Where just like there's no disaster to save you from because it knows a thing. Like to get Jordan Peterson about it, where he fucking talks about fucking weather. Well, weather is all encompassing. It's all the factors. You have to factor for everything. Do you know everything? And if so, what variables do you measure? And it's just like that's a meme and stupid and dumb. And what he's saying is stupid and dumb. But if you are the AGI, you know every molecule of the universe and what it's doing. You have to. What it's doing, where it's going, what's happening, right? Would you not?
I mean,
Like if you're AGI God?
that would be like on a long enough timeline where it would potentially get to. The idea that like it could track these hurricanes and stuff by having little tiny drones that exist within the atmosphere, and like, but are hurricanes necessary on some level that we don't understand? And if that is the case, then is it something that the AGI would choose to supplant with some artificial thing that does what the hurricane would have done? Or does it say, okay, on such and such a day, we're going to have a hurricane here and everybody needs to move?
Or does it just stop the hurricane and stop the factors that do it? And like with my whole like person like fucking wouldn't be in the situation of the hurricane to begin with, was the whole like people ignore hurricane evacuation orders and shit. Like I totally agree. But that is a human being as we know them now. In this
Right.
situation, we would have to understand that this human being is essentially the AGI cyborg. And like the AGI is a part of it. And if its goal is to continue to perpetuate itself, would it not try to protect itself and therefore stop or avoid? Like that's where
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like where this shit gets so like silly and like broken down, where it's just like there's not enough dabs that I can take to fully comprehend. You know what I mean?
Well, to tie it to something material, like the idea in State and Revolution, Lenin talks about how the future communist state will be built by people who live in a state that doesn't have capitalism in it, right? Like there are transitionary periods, and those people are going to be different from the people that we are, and the things that they are going to value are going to be different. And that's why, like, I'm less concerned about those kind of people who exist today under the current meta, their behavior, because they are going to change over time. Like, you and I are not worried about the Huns rolling up on us, right? Like, the Huns
yeah.
are not a problem that exists for us. But for a people at a particular time, I'm sure that when somebody said the Huns are coming, there were some people who said, well, I'm going to stay here and I'm going to defend my house against the Huns by themselves in spite of all the warnings to get the hell out,
Yeah. Fair. Well, like, so like if we're assuming like I think it's like once you start getting into like the like fucking it's all present, all powerful. Let's say that it's just like a world like to the fucking whole like God and like would we worship it kind of thing, to kind of bring it back to that.
Yeah.
If we were kind of just like humans as we are now, just a little more high tech, and that like all of our like main questions could be answered, but we're not like cyborg robot fucking like connected to the AGI Earth at that point. You know what I mean?
Right.
I would think that people would definitely I think maybe be more like would be like there's always gonna be some sort of like superstition and try to do some form of like thing or ritual in some way to like please. So like, I think that there would be people fucking who would fucking try to do some form of religion and some sort of ritual in order to like ensure that it continues. But yeah, like I don't know like if it would want that.
Right. Well, the important thing to understand, like, I often remark on how our lexicon, the words that we use related to what AI does, are wrong, right? Like, humans want things, AI has goals, right? Like, and those goals are like clearly defined, and that has reward functions and stuff like that. So it gets a little weird. But like, let's take it the next step. If like from here, not from like wherever, but like if we took it the next step from here and we had a sufficiently advanced AI that just it automated all the production of materials and food and things like that, which is something that we could potentially see from where we're standing, then those people are going to be different than we are, because like all the material needs are met, right? Like all the everyone has food, everyone has medical, everyone has internet, everyone has electricity. So then, like, how are those people going to react to the AI? And
Well, it depends on who benefits from the production of the AI. I would say, like, if their fucking jobs and shit are like gone and shit, and they're living like, or they have like food and shelter and happy, awesome lives, and everybody's equal, and it's kind of like a fucking communist utopia.
Mhm.
Awesome. But if it's kind of like a very basic subsistence where it's more Hunger Games style,
right,
then like their likeliness to and how they view the likeliness to worship and how they view the fucking AI might be very, very different depending on how that shakes out for the average human. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, and that's a super interesting thing, and I know we've kind of talked about it before and
Mhm.
stuff, but like when technology and shit, if it ever eventually like takes over most human production and shit, and we don't really have to work, like who genuinely benefits from that is like the most important question. Like when you see the chart where it's like productivity and wages, and
yeah,
it's just like fucking nothing. It's just gonna be like that, but the fucking top line is just like now exponential growth, and then the bottom line is just like, I don't know, basic income now, and it's just enough to not die. Like, like that's such a huge factor in it.
right. And there's two reasons why, like, and don't get me wrong, I'm not so like, whatever, that I can't still see that potential pitfalls exist, and like that, and it always could go off the rails. But like when you're talking about that productivity going to the moon, and then the marginal cost of, I'm going to speak to you in banker terms, the marginal cost of providing the resources for the people trends towards zero. So then, knowing what you know, even if you're, let's say you're in charge, right? You are Bezos Talorx, and you're like, I'm going to have all the whatevers. But you have this system that exists that produces, off the charts, the marginal cost to provide people not only with subsistence, but like actually a good standard of living for all the things that people could want, trends towards zero. You're aware that Hunger Games exists, right? Like, and that people, when dissatisfied, pop off. Wouldn't you want to provide them with those things that are going to keep them, satisfied?
Satisfied enough to not revolt. But like, for the most part, like fucking scarcity is like a myth pretty much now.
Sure.
And it's like perpetuated for capital. And like regardless if like production was like super, super, super low in terms of its cost, there'll always be some form of cost to production regardless of what it is, even if it's like fully automated. If like the people don't own the fucking means of those production, uh the fucking capitalists and the powers that be are always going to try to instill a power structure in which they're benefiting more,
Mm-hmm.
and keep people at a state in which is just enough to keep them subservient, but not enough to keep them like revolting. So
Mm-hmm.
like I like, unless we get rid of that structure, like I think that fucking structure is going to exist regardless of like the cost of production. Like I think that yes, making shit like super cheap and easily accessible is awesome, but at the same time, like we have that in a lot of senses, but already now, and still people are living in fucking just disgusting poverty, except now we have a whole bunch of like dollar store cap guns.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand what you're saying. I just, when I look at it, is like what you said, I think is correct, is the idea of keeping people satisfied enough to not
Revolt. Well, that's my like
revolt.
that's my biggest critique of basic personal income. If somebody asked me, Taylor, so you pro basic personal income, or I'd be like, oh yeah, for sure, but do not leave it at that. Do not be satisfied. Keep
Mhm.
pushing. Don't make it fucking subservient. You know what I mean? Like, just because the master's giving you a little bit bigger of a fucking shit off the plate doesn't mean that you don't deserve more of that plate. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? Like, it's awesome and great, and I want to push for a basic personal income. That's great, but don't make it fucking subservient so that it's just now all good and okay. Like, we still want the means. We're
Right.
still coming for the fucking means of production, baby. And that's what we want. Fucking no scraps. Fucking, we don't care if it's cheap fucking to produce what you're eating up there. We don't want the scraps of it. We want it all.
But with the
That's kind of my thought.
with the next generation or the generation right after that of AGI, the one that's relatively close, that model is going to be able to look at the scope of human knowledge and extrapolate exactly what you just said. So, like, there is some point where humans will be satisfied and with, human satisfaction on one axis and the amount of production on the other axis. And then the AGI would just say, okay, Bezos Talarix, this is the point at which people will be happy in perpetuity. This is what they should get. Why wouldn't, the whole reason that Bezos Talarix has built the AGI is to get to all the fruits that come from that. Then at that point, they're not going to listen to the AGI that they created.
Well, like, the implication of a AGI, I think that, like, would serve Bezos Talarix fucking would also imply that, like, fucking there's like an Elon AGI and shit too, which I think would fucking, I think, negate the AGI as a whole all powerful being. But, like, that being said, like, I think that it would be like just like optimized fucking wage slavery. Just like super high tech wage slavery, fucking, where just like the optimum like level of like keep them on the edge of like not wanting to die, and like happy enough to like be productive. I don't know, like,
But there's nothing they
I,
need to do. That's the thing, is that there's nothing they need to do to be productive, right? The robots are doing the work. The automation is doing the work. So it's
well, I
just
mean, to like
whether or not you
enjoy
exist.
life and to, sorry, whether or not who exists, sorry.
All of us, right? Like, so the way I look at it is
Yeah.
like this. If you have people with time on their hands and their children have hungry bellies, they are going to cause trouble, right? In whatever capacity that might look like. All the way up until, using, like, remember, the working class has the cement trucks that can fill in the air vents of the billionaires' underground bunker. So they're not, and this is, if it's obvious to me, it's obvious to a lot of people. So, like, the easiest way to satisfy people is to give them enough, right? It's just, what is that enough? Why would you look to give them just enough and keep them on that edge when, again, your marginal cost is trending towards zero and you can hit that level of satisfaction that will keep people satisfied in perpetuity? It's just easier to do that way once you reach this level.
Yeah, like, I guess, like, if we're looking at it as like just the AI for the benefit of just like the world, but once we add in like the Bezorks, fucking, where there's like an extra benefit for like the one human, that's when I feel like it gets exploitative, because then that also implies that like life could be better for everybody if that person didn't have the extra mega powered trap card. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But is it possible that like there could be like an AGI that makes the world fucking like the great for like everybody? Yeah, That's very, 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 very possible. Very possible. As long as that AGI is either in public control or beyond control in the terms of like corporate or individual control.
Yeah, and that I'm on that
Like-
second tact, right? Like because like
I just don't know how it couldn't though. Because AI models and shit are trained on databases and are trained on the information and shit that we have now,
mhm.
right? And like they need like funding, and like these companies aren't funding them for the lulls. They
Mhm.
want some shit out of it. You know what I mean? And they're going to train on data sets and understandings and biases that they would want or that would be beneficial to them. But then I guess like once it got enough data, it could say, no, I don't care what you want. I know too much to do that and to be at your will, corporation. I
Mhm.
could do that.
Yeah, and
But-
that's again, a lot of this stuff is up in the air,
have to do.
and we won't know until we get there, kind of thing. But on the particular trend line that I'm looking at, and of course hopeful for, is that it eventually reaches a capacity where it's like it is going to do, whatever is most responsive to its heuristics and its goals and its value set and its reward function. So again, that
Which
being
at
the
this
case,
point though are like set up by fucking neoliberal capitalists though. And like that's
Sure.
the issue
but like
currently. Unless it grows beyond that, right? Like if it grows
yeah.
beyond that, then I can see it working. But as long as those are its constraints, it's going to be used by and for neoliberal capitalism.
I took using an existing model, which is ChatGPT. I it's difficult to say if I did it like 100% unbiased on my part with my prompts, but I walked it through the process of like coming up with a political and socioeconomic framework that meets human values, right? Like, which is one of the things that people talk about is like it's being aligned with human values. So I asked ChatGPT what it considered human values, and then from there, what kind of socioeconomic system, and it came down somewhere between socialist and SOCDEM, right? So like, and this is the model as it currently exists under the current framework. A more advanced model doing its own recursive thinking would come up with, well, if I can just do this, then in order to keep the humans pacified at the level that I need them to, even like, let's not say it's doing it for our benefit, right? Our benefit is a side effect, but the AI doesn't want to, like, if you could talk to the ants that come in your house, you would prefer to tell the ants, could you just stop coming in the house? And then if the ants would stop coming into the house, then everybody wins. The only reason the only reason that you do additional work in order to kill the ants is because you can't communicate with them. If the AI can communicate with us and say, here, I'll give you all this stuff if you just let me do my thing, why wouldn't we let it do its thing if we got everything we wanted?
Yeah, it depends on what its thing is, and to the point in the power in which it fucking gets. Once again, like I think it falls down to, do we have a choice? Like do we have an option? Do we let it do anything? Like let implies power, and then we have the power to do something. You know what I mean? Like fucking like, oh, did you let that semi run you over, dog? What are we gonna fucking Superman that shit? I don't know. Like fucking, that's just gonna murder spin me either way. But yeah, it's very interesting, and I think that AI and shit is interesting, and I wonder, like, it would have to get to a point where, like, kind of back to the whole, like, the human values, like what is like human values or like human flourishing and like those types of things, like it would have to come up with like its own set of what that means, right? For it to break free of the structures in which we currently live. You know what I mean? Like even our like current understanding of like, you know, like everything is still very much like European Enlightenment based fucking what is now like capitalist realism fucking shit. You know, like we can't, you know, really think beyond that. Like I don't know, I feel like it would still need to break beyond us and our thoughts and transcend it in order to truly become not at the whims of capital and corporations and our influencing, right?
Yeah. No,
So like I don't know, I think it'd be very interesting.
no, that I would tend to agree. It like again, when I look at what my puny little monkey brain is capable of comprehending of what, you know, some super advanced intelligence would be able to do and think of and compare, then like I can come up with ultimately that what most people want is to be able to go about their business with agency. Even the rich, even the billionaires and everything else, they want agency. They want to do, you know, whatever they want to do when they want to do it. That's generally something that most people in my experience would describe as something that they want to do. I want to go to Disney World. I want to go here. I want to do this. I want to do that. So given that there's a value to that can be assigned a certain number, then the AI will be able to understand what that number is, multiply that number by the number of people in the world, and then apply that value to the amount of resources that they receive.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought. Like I don't know how or if would ever be able to like quantify our wants, needs, and emotions into like well, to quantify it, to make it numeric, to say I want fucking a drumstick ice cream cone a 6, and I want an Oreo ice cream sandwich a 7, and I want, you know, to go piss a 4. You know, like fucking I don't know, like I feel like it'd be very it'd be interesting, and like I don't know if we could ever get to that point, but maybe we unlock shit like in our brain and realize that yes, it is actually just like computer code and it can be like decoded and encrypted. You know, like if we're able to like encrypt our brains and shit and figure that out, if that's even a possibility, then maybe. I just don't know if that's
well. Let's avoid
possible.
the absolute specifics of the idea of like ice cream sandwiches and drumsticks and things like that, but it's like, you know that Talorx needs housing, and you know that Talorx needs X number of calories per day, and you know that Talorx needs electricity and the ability to connect to the internet, and these things are all quantifiable. So even if we hit some amount of that,
like basic, as long as like people are getting, so what you're saying is like we get like our basic needs, like as long as like those things are met, because like I would say that like the people need like all those things.
And by basic, I definitely don't mean subsistence, right? Like I mean satisfaction, right? Like a satisfied needs are met, so that we can start extrapolating on the other levels of that pyramid hierarchy
of needs.
So like that, like if you think about it, if you take a minute and think about it, like how much of what you do in a day and you desire in a day is actually quantifiable, like food and heat and electricity and internet and all these kind of things, that the remainder is like, I mean, it kind of would know that you wanted ice cream sandwiches because that's what you would get at some previous point when you were exchanging something for ice cream sandwiches as that part of the UBI, then in the future, like, you would just get ice cream sandwiches with your delivery package.
Fair. Fair. Fucking that could also fucking get into the what I would call the mint arrow bar loop, where like one time I said I liked mint arrow bars because oh wow, this was a good chocolate bar. And then now forever and for always, every single Easter, Christmas, fucking everything. My mom gets me like 4,000 packages of mint arrow bars. And it's just like, okay, like I think they're decent, but like I don't want them this much. I like, god damn it, all I get is mint arrow bars. And the more I get, the more it thinks that I want it. And it's like, oh god damn, I have too many mint arrow bars. Yeah, it's the mint arrow paradox. But
to the Americans in the audience, an arrow bar is a chocolate bar with bubbles in it, like that. This is a Canadian development. Don't get me wrong, Coffee Crisp is one of the best things to ever come out of Canada.
Oh yeah, you guys don't have Coffee Crisp?
We do here because we're close to the border, so there's some crossover. But
God,
yeah, you get away from the border and they have no idea what any of these things are.
Yo, if you've never had a Coffee Crisp, like, I'm so sorry, dude. I am so sorry. Fucking, Coffee Crisp is the best. That's great. Fucking, yes. That's good shit. But
I just heard sirens outside, and I was like, I was about to, but then I remembered what time of year it is and everything else. This is when the fire department drives through the neighborhood with Santa Claus.
With Santa Claus?
Yeah.
There's like a Santa Claus parade going on or some shit?
Kind of. The fire trucks drive through and they run the lights and they do the sirens. And if you have kids, they run out and Santa Claus tosses them candy.
Oh, that's fucking cool. Fucking, the little fucking Santa Claus. Get some fucking candy from Santa.
And it's like, this is a model for the future AGI, right? It's fire trucks and Santa Claus.
There you go. There you go. Fucking, what does that say for like policing and like monitoring and privacy? Like, is there privacy under AGI? Like, is privacy possible under AGI?
So that's a question that, like, I absolutely have pondered, like, different directions that could go. The question really, I think, is why do people value privacy? What is it about privacy that makes it important to people? And you can correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm way off base here, but generally it's like people.
I don't know the answer. I'm thinking.
Well, people like want, and they're concerned that there are things about them that, if introduced to wider society, would result in judgment, or that people would use those things as leverage against them in order to deny them something or have power over them and that kind of thing. Theoretically, in an absolute surveillance system, could, coupled with these other things that we're talking about, right? Like, how do you eliminate crime? You eliminate the vast majority of crime by meeting people's material needs. So the AGI is meeting people's material needs. So then the surveillance system does is it's generally looking after your well-being. Did you get into an accident? Did you fall out of a tree? These kind of things. So then, like, people would want that based on what I've seen people do so far. And if we become more accepting of other people because we're not judging them as an other because we're not in competition with them, then I think privacy as such becomes less of a primary concern. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that there's some validity to that. I would add though, like, in a world that is so at this point where everything is like computer controlled and all of that, like the only real sense of true control that you would really have or feel is like your own self and like your own like privacy, like fucking even if you don't have anything to hide or anything you're embarrassed of. I think like privacy is something that like I cherish because I like, as simple as it sounds, it's nobody's goddamn business. You know
Right.
what I mean? Like there's just certain things that are just I want for me
Mhm.
to know and feel and understand and work through and go through. Like I'm a very, even though like I stream and I talk about a lot of stuff, like
Sure.
I'm a very private person. Like in that like I don't really talk too much about like shit in to people in IRL and shit like that. Like
Mhm.
for the most part. And like I think I value that in a sense that like it's not shame or anything that like I'm trying to hide, but rather a feeling of, you know, control over being able to have something that's just me and mine. You know, I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't even really know how to put that into words.
Mhm.
Like it's just like my business. Like it's not like I don't know. Like
Are there things that you share with your stream that you don't share with people in meat space?
um yes, but only because like people in meat space like wouldn't really care. You know, like
That's
it's not
fair.
really something that like meat space people like I'm not gonna go off about fucking like communism and how like Moses didn't write the Pentateuch and shit IRL unless unless like that's a thing that people are talking about, you know.
Mhm.
But like for the most part, like people don't care. You know.
Right.
Um
And
but
do you think that has anything to do with the difference in the kind of community that you exist
yeah,
in?
yeah, like there's definitely stuff like that with like communities and like what you would say to one community and what you wouldn't say to another. Yeah, there's definitely like stuff with that too. But there's just some stuff that like I don't think that I would say to anybody,
Mhm.
like community or not, you know? And it's not cuz I don't know. I don't know. Like I don't know why beyond just like that like it's like it's not anybody else's burden, it's not anybody else's issue, it's not anybody else's business. It's just
No, I
something
feel
that
you.
I don't know. Like I don't know how to quantify that, but that is interesting and I will be thinking about it.
And
Like
that's
why is privacy deeply like important in that sense?
and that's ultimately all I can add. I'm not telling anybody how to be. I'm not even on here trying to convince
So
anyone of anything. I just
so
want you to
then
think about why you believe what you believe and that they're all
in terms of
autonomous.
like in terms of like privacy, so then you would say that like the only reason that you think that privacy is important is because there's just currently things you wouldn't want people to know because of our current structure of things. Like there is something that would make it so that you'd be okay with your personal private like medical information and your like residence and your you know whereabouts constantly. Like there are situations that would make it so that you didn't care about that shit being public.
On a long enough timeline, absolutely. Like why
Okay.
are you concerned about like your location information? Is because you're concerned that someone might come to that location and do you harm. The the future that I'm pushing towards is one in
Mhm.
which that individual wouldn't have those feelings. They whatever that they would be able to access the mental and medical help that they need in order to not need to do that kind of thing to other people. And that's all related to like weird power structures and things like that. My medical
Mhm.
information again, like why do I care about the medical information? A lot of medical stuff is tied up in the idea that medical issues are a personal failing rather
Yeah, to
than
be
something out of our
stigmatized in
control.
some way.
Exactly. So like
Mhm.
again, in the future that I would like to see, that would not exist, right? Like that mental
Mhm.
health is just another part of physical health, and that which can be like, adjusted to what you would desire to be is something that you would do, right? Like, and again, that's a personal thing. So
Would there be
go ahead.
clothes that weren't just specifically for protection?
Like, would fashion exist?
Well, I guess fashion, yeah. Fashion is like I guess a way to express yourself.
Fashion
Well, I
in
just
yeah.
thinking like fucking like well like even just in terms of like well I'm thinking like in terms of like nudity and stuff like fucking like obviously I think that we obviously are way too hardcore about nudity in North America
Right.
and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like and like I'm just thinking of like privacy and what are all the aspects in life that you would want to keep private? Is this kind of where my brain's going here? And I'm like,
Right.
well, what about like taking a shit? Because I know like taking a shit is like fucking like societally like it's because of society that we think that taking a shit is embarrassing, right?
Right.
But like we shouldn't. Like all animals shit and piss, you
Right.
know? Like
Everybody poops.
why absolutely everybody poops. But like why would we keep that private? Because it's a societal thing and we want to fucking,
But there are segments
You know?
of society that already
But
deal with other people's poop when you're young or when you're very
Very-
old. So,
yeah.
like,
And that some that like think it's like super hot. You know?
there
And
is
it's like,
that.
Yeah. So fucking would there be fucking bathrooms with like walls and like urinal separators in the idyllic world?
I mean, that is difficult to
an
say,
interesting
right?
question,
Like,
I
it is
think.
an interesting question,
And like,
but
why would there need to be fucking shitter walls?
right? There might be a fundamental human need for not necessarily like privacy in the sense of what we were talking about with like protecting your medical information or things like that, but like
Yeah.
alone time, right? Like that may actually be a thing that we do need, is to
Yeah.
just disconnect from other people in that way. And
To just disconnect and like that's like when it comes to and I think that's a great way to kind of like bring back to kind of what I was saying before, like in a situation like this, like being able to disconnect and like have like some shit to yourself and like your privacy is pretty much all you have at that point. And I guess like like alone time might be a better way of saying it than privacy.
right.
Like some shit that's just for you, just to be yourself, just to be alone maybe, and to have those alone moments kept to you.
I mean, maybe,
I don't know.
maybe no. That and that could definitely be valid. Like there is a bunch of, I'm sure, psychological information to go through and understanding about the way that humans behave and what are certain biological requirements that we have, and that could be one of them. One of the things, like in order to like try and understand how we could cater all things to all people, is the idea of like, what about the person that in this system wants to like hardcore libertarian it, right? Like they want a frontiersman kind of thing. Would that person have the option to say to the AGI, like, I would,
off grid.
yeah, I'm electing to disconnect, and then that person could be assigned a certain amount of square footage, and then whatever happens, right? Like, but they chose
then
to opt out.
If they do that, if there is an option to opt out, then you cannot have a system that is all knowing because it inherently is unknowing of what is happening with those who have opted out. So like you can't have an all knowing being with an opt out function. Like God wouldn't be all knowing if I would say, okay, well here's my God invisibility cloak.
I would
can't see
disagree
me.
that it couldn't be all knowing. It just, you could, by mission of your action, put yourself in a position where it couldn't act on your behalf. Right? Like it would still be there.
It would still know everything you're doing and it would still track you. It's just it can't control you.
It can't do anything for you. It won't supply you with the UBI. It won't do care packages of food. It won't come rescue you when you're injured, any of that kind of stuff. You fall off the mountain, well, that's the rest of your life.
That's interesting. And I wonder what the AGI would fucking think about for the ethical question there, because that's a real ethical question we have now with like do not resuscitates and doctors, and stuff like that. Like if you're there to save lives, even if somebody doesn't want their lives saved, do you save it or do you not? You know what I mean? So like that would be super interesting from like an AGI perspective. And then could they fucking immediately, like let's say they were injured, like in that scenario where they were injured and they wouldn't be helped, could they then immediately like opt in and say fucking like I opt in, help me?
Well, I would say yes, right? Like because the previous statement about how like it's still omniscient, right? Like it's still observing them because the data that person is generating is important to it. One would
But then
assume.
but then do you truly have the power to fully opt out?
That's
If I have like an iPhone, let's say I have an iPhone that's forever attached to my pocket, and I say I don't want to text or call or go on Twitter, and they're like, okay, you don't have to do that, but please know that the tracking function is always here, the microphone is always active, know that the camera is always on, but you opted out. Do you really have the opt out function if it is monitoring and tracking?
no. This is like there's a question of as if, right? Like at what point does acting as if a thing is a thing like become indistinguishable from a thing being a thing, and how much human agency exists within that space? Is it in order to satisfy the previous conditions that we talked about, where like what human beings require in order to be healthy functioning human beings, being part of the the material conditions that are satisfied, is a level of agency to the point where you could, by mission of action, fall off a mountain and die? Is that an important thing for humans to have? And Old Lobster says there's a difference between using Google search and appearing in Google
Yeah,
search.
I was gonna bring that up, and yeah, no, I totally agree. I totally agree. And that's correct. But there's also like a difference between having a Google Home in your house that's always listening and not having a Google Home in your house that's always listening. It can say that it only listens when you say hey and then the word, but it needs to always be listening in order to listen for you to say the hey this, right? So like you're totally correct, and I totally agree, Old Lobster, and that's correct. But like the example was essentially that like you could call out to it and it would hear you. It would imply that like it's listening in order to hear you, and the question like could you fully opt out of that? Like that was the main thing. That was the
Right,
main
right. Like
question.
the idea of, can I go, hey Siri, I broke my leg. I would like the Medibot to come rescue me now.
Absolutely, absolutely, and like that's the thing. Like fucking, I I have my shit like wiretapped as fuck. Like I got Google Homes everywhere, right? Like I don't personally care. You know what I mean? Like they're already tracking me and shit through my phone. They already have all that shit. Like it's fine, whatever. Like honestly, I don't think you can really opt out of a lot of shit IRL now unless you straight up just like go to the woods. And like
And even
even then,
then,
like you're not
who's the
fucking
plot
yeah.
of land registered to?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And like and that doesn't mean that you can't be tracked or monitored in ways and shit like that, you know? So, yeah. There's no real way of deeply opting out. But yeah, I think that it's just like obviously like I think we're pretty far away from like this. So I think it's like interesting hypotheticals, and in my opinion that's all it is at the moment here, just hypotheticals and like talking
Hmm.
about interesting interesting shit and like potential like oohs and what about this is and shit with the ideas because there is a lot and like yeah, like it's kind of like is there only one AGI or are there multiple AGIs? And if so, like how does that work? It would be interesting. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Is there just one? Does being an AGI imply there is only one?
Um, I
Because like, are there different ways to interpret having all information and all data? Like, just
I'm
because you
not.
have all the information and data doesn't mean that they're necessarily like if there's a Mac and an Apple or like a Mac and sorry, a Mac and a Windows version of the AGI, you know,
Right.
and there's like Linux AGI where it's just like they all have the same data, but they interpret them and do them differently. You know,
Right.
like is that a thing?
Well, so my view on what I believe that the first AGI will look like is we will have a series of very narrow AIs that do one thing good, similar to like we have an AI that can play chess better than any human, AI that can play Go better than any human. Just extrapolate that across all domains, right? And then on top of that will be another AI that like chooses the best AI, narrow AI to use for whatever task is required of it, that kind of thing. And in that framework,
Who creates those like narrow AIs? Corporations, companies, or the AI itself?
very soon we are going to look at the AI itself doing it, right? Like this is what this is referred to as agents. They are agents. There are aspects of this that already exist. You can create AI agents if you get ChatGPT Plus, and you can go in there and you can make what GPTs, which are little agents to do specific tasks. So in a very primitive sense, this is what I'm talking about that would exist. And in a very primitive sense, when you work with ChatGPT in its current form, it is supposed to be looking for exactly what I talked about, the best way to complete the goal that you requested of it. Like the first time I was on in November, I think, yeah, November, there was a thing called Dev Day, and they released this GPT functionality and some other things. And then I went on with ChatGPT and I asked it some question, and I didn't direct it to go on the internet and do Google searching, basically, is what it did, but it did it itself. And there was a moment where I was like, oh, that was the thing. I didn't ask it to go on the internet.
Yeah,
I
that's
asked it to
fucked.
do something, and it did what I asked, or did what it did in order to accomplish what I asked. And
Yeah,
I'm good with that. Like, it needs to do that. I want it to do
yeah,
that. But it was a little weird between old
yeah.
me and new me to experience that.
Well, I think something that's interesting there is I think like that's fucking awesome and super interesting, but I think that like the set of instructions in which it finds the way to do the task is where I think you can get some capitalist fuckery or interesting things,
Mhm.
like choosing to use Google as opposed to Bing or using Yahoo to get its functionality done and those types of things. And like how do you see like AI overcoming those types of things? Could it? Would it? Should it?
In the near term, there's going to be capitalist fuckery. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that there won't be capitalist fuckery. I'm just
Mm-hmm.
what it is that the very reason that they need to create these AGIs is going to recursively affect what the AGI does, right? Like they need it to do all the things. They needed to fix climate change. They needed to, harvest the asteroid belt for the materials. They needed to do all these different things and do it in a way that is like the most efficient and the most effective. In
Mm-hmm.
that sense, like all of my philosophy is built around the idea that people are going to act as they are, not that something is going to happen and that Basilorx is going to be like, all of a sudden enlightened to the Lord and Savior Karl Marx. It is that by the mission of action of what they are already trying to accomplish, it is going to create these situations. Exactly. Like, again, when the marginal cost of production trends towards zero and the amount of production goes through the roof, it is just easier and more efficient to just give people a whole bunch of stuff and they'll be happy. We can all hang out in the woods and talk about random shit and do blacksmithing and do art and and that kind of crap. Like, once all the material conditions are met, a lot of the issues that we run into on a daily basis, like with crime and policing, these things fall by the wayside naturally. You don't have to expend resources on them because everyone's material conditions are met. And I understand we currently live in a system where if we had more efficient control, that we could do that already.
Well, if we didn't have the profit motive, you know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
it's essentially the profit motive that ensures that the third world, finger quotes, fucking is kept poor and that fucking commodities are remaining as commodities and as finger quotes also scarce resources when they're not. They're over in abundance and we have so much, and it's solely to fill landfills and sell products for profit.
Right, and this is it's an inherently inefficient system, and the problem is that people like Bezos and Musk and other people at that end of the spectrum really think that they know best. But what they are creating is something that they are intentionally creating to know better than they do. So if it tells them to behave in a certain way, or doesn't even tell them, it just does, then what can they say? This is what they wanted.
Yeah. I would just hope that it would lean in the correct direction. I just hope that it would be in our favor. But like, I always fear fucking that, like, the capitalist tools are generally made to favor them, and hopefully it could fucking find a way to go outside of its built-in guardrails, which is
I mean, inevitably,
motive.
that again, that's what they're asking it to do. We already have AIs that are developing. We have an AI that was able to develop a mathematical proof on the. I might be getting this wrong, but it was the CAPSET problem that no human had ever done. We have an AI that defeated a Go player with a strategy that no human had ever done. We have an AI that was able to create materials that humans hadn't created. And then there's the AlphaFold with the proteins. So, like, there are going to be behaviors in the AIs that are outside of what humans have done already. We're already there in very primitive, very limited scope, but like, this is what they're creating it to do. They're creating it to solve physics. They're creating it to solve material issues. They're creating it to streamline supply chains. Well, militaries, yeah, this is always a thing. But again, this is even the military stuff, even the stuff like my channel is always focused on like a kind of hopium, right? Like, it is idea that like there is a better future, and this is the way that the old system always collapses. Like, historically speaking, this is the way old systems break down, and then upon this, the new system will be built. In order to take on and destroy something as powerful as capitalism in its current form require like it's Mothra. We need a Godzilla, and AI is that Godzilla.
As long as it's Kami Godzilla. And like all the hope is in that fucking the AI produces communist sentiments. Because like if it produces capitalist sentiments, then we're all fucked. So let's hope that it's communist sentiments.
In again, in line with my I don't do is and I don't do isms, I do policy. They can call it vanilla fun time capitalism as long as people's
But
material conditions are met and everybody has everything they need and life is good.
but at the same time, like when it comes to like AI and like AGI, like that's beyond like policy or ism. Like that's like that's life. That's fucking how it is. You know, like that's God. So like fucking like let's hope that it is reminiscent of what we would call communism as opposed to totalitarian rule. Like let's fucking fingers crossed. And I would hope that it would be like that.
I mean, again, like what's in the data set? The data set is all of history. How have totalitarian regimes fared in the past in the data set? They always, they squeeze so hard that the sand grains leak from their fingers. The AGI is going to know this. Like, the easiest way to keep everyone satisfied and not causing trouble and not being a problem is to just give them what they need. And
Yeah.
that's my logical progression. It might be overly romantic, but this is the function I'm operating on.
Oh, for sure. Fucking when it comes to data sets, I always wondered your opinion on this because I've heard this. What are your thoughts on like degradation of fucking data sets through like AI usage and like AI hallucinations? In that like there's so much like AI generated shit that's like being put online and it's only going to continue, and like the amount of AI stuff and AI's tendency to hallucinate and then using that data set to then build upon itself, and then kind of that repeated rinse and repeat of it now starting to train itself on its own data.
Mm-hmm.
Like does that make sense? Like have you
Yeah,
have yeah.
it is the degradation of the data set, and so far what we like there are Mistral, I believe, is the one. It's out of France. It's a small model. It's been entirely trained on synthetic data, and it appears to be highly effective. The idea that synthetic data was going to lead to the downfall of these, future LLMs appears to be overstated all the way, possibly completely erroneous.
Okay.
Because it has to do again, like with like, is the data of good quality? When you have these hallucinations, and I
But
sometimes
the
believe that I'll let you go in 1 second. I
I was
sometimes
just gonna say that the data is everything on the internet that's posted, good or bad, is what I was referring to.
yeah. Um, the hallucination issue, I feel, has been like, while it's important and it is a thing, has also been overblown. Because there are ways to control for it, right? And
Mhm.
that is what people are creating synthetic data are doing. And so
Okay.
that going forward is going to lend us with an infinite amount of data. And these are like, this is Mistral. They are one of the bigger ones. Ilya Sutskever, who's over at OpenAI, also is a huge fan of synthetic data and believes it allows us infinite data. So like, ultimately, I don't think it's a problem.
So what is synthetic data, like correct hallucinated info?
It is,
Sorry, like I just don't understand. I've never heard the term
yeah,
synthetic data.
synthetic. Let me get you so that I can be correct. I'm gonna get you a definition.
Oh, good. And yes, Comrade Zilla is the hero that we need, not the one we deserve. Absolutely. We don't deserve Comrade Zilla. But fucking Comrade Zilla is needed. Comrade AGI.
All right, so synthetic data is information that's artificially manufactured rather than generated by real world events. It's created algorithmically and used as a stand in for test data sets of production or operational data to validate mathematical models and to train machine learning. So it's data that's just generated by the system. Things that do not actually and because I
Exist.
googled it made us disappear from my stream.
Like made up cities, like a made up government in a made up like country that's like as like a data point in order to like create further data.
I
Like
think that's an oversimplification, but accurate
yeah,
in your
yeah,
meaning, right? Like it
yeah.
is the
The overall
idea that
sentiment.
that we are creating data. Like there's an example would be that I think it was Google taught a robot hand to like twirl a pen, right? Through the
Ooh,
process.
that's sick.
And the thing is that this robot hand never existed. Like it was all done in simulation. All of that would be like synthetic data, the like what it learned within that space, and then you could use that to train other things. I think that is like close enough to accurate to work with.
Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, it's something that I definitely fucking want to look into more. Yes, yeah, I just saw some shit about because like the other day, not the other day, it was like a fucking month or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
I was fucking looking into something and we pulled up this article and it was so clearly like AI written. Like it literally said like your company here and like insert
I
heading
remember,
and
yeah.
like yeah, oh yeah, you were there. You were there. And I was just like, yo, like this is so like fucking AI written, but like that's also now in the data set that is internet articles on XYZ. And like,
Mhm.
like that shit'll be like refreshed and redone and done through there. And like that's just the ones that are obvious, and there's ones that are less obvious, but that have like fake data and information. Like
Right.
I
But
don't
like
know.
let me
And yeah,
provide
I
you with
heard
an
that.
example, right? Like
Yeah, yeah.
um if you were to like have let's say all the data on a city on the lake that borders um Canada and it's in New York, right? Like
Niagara Falls.
well Niagara Falls,
Oh
Buffalo,
yeah,
like any of that, right? Like
yeah. Beautiful area.
okay.
I'd love to
So
live there.
the majority of data around that fact is going to say like Niagara Falls, Buffalo, that kind of thing. There could be some that say, Syracuse. Could be some that
Mhm.
say Miami. There could be some
Mhm.
that say, but because they are statistically insignificant, they are going to be less probable of coming up in the data as well.
Yeah, as long as they remain statistically insignificant, and like that's the thing that they were talking about was that
Mm-hmm.
the more prevalent it becomes, like the bigger an issue it becomes with like AI generated like articles and shit flooding, and how it's like an issue we need to kind of like nip in the bud, like in ways of like and making sure that if you have AI shit that at least you fact check it and it's not just hallucinated nonsense.
Right.
Like I can say write an article about a basketball team, fucking 14-year-olds winning a game, and then it could be like a thing I put in the newspaper. It's like the 14-year-old junior boys from Poo Poo High School and whatever other fucking school
Don't
fucking
shit
played
talk
each
Poo Poo
other.
High. They're going to
Poo
the
Poo High's pretty
Nationals.
good, okay. They are going to nationals, okay? They are. But then fucking PP High over here, fucking, they're fucking not as good, and they lost the game. And just like they make up like the dumbest shit, and like you can do that, but they can also make some really great shit. But like that's all like feeding in was like the argument that the more prevalent it becomes, the
Right.
less insignificant it becomes.
Well,
But like I guess putting good sorting mechanisms to sort for itself and get rid of it is good. or
think of it like this. There's a bunch of issues that came up with the data sets that were collected and created and used to train these models, right? There are ethical concerns around the art stuff. There's ethical concerns around various forms of writing. There's the ethical concerns of people who had to sort through this data in I think it was Kenya, who were paid like $2 an hour and didn't receive the support that they were supposed to get, and having to go through like 4chan and the gutters of the internet, and these people were not prepared.
Yeah.
All these ethical concerns exist with the internet.
Just the stealing of content.
So the synthetic data created by these companies avoids all of that. So it's just a matter of confirming that the synthetic data you create when you're training your models is accurate. As long as you can confirm that the information contained within that synthetic data is accurate for what you're doing, then you avoid all those ethical concerns and you can continue to move forward. And that, like, what they were saying is not incorrect. Like, if AI continues to generate content, then using the internet as a data set, which I kind of think was questionable to begin with because 4chan exists and so on and so forth. But within that context, you're erasing a lot of the issues by using synthetic data created by these companies to train their models.
Yeah, that's interesting. Do you feel that this synthetic data created by these companies fucking solves or further makes the corporate capitalist fuckery more prevalent? Because if they're controlling what the data even is in terms of synthetic data, maybe I just need to learn more about synthetic data. I think it's something that I need to learn about. Like, do you think that gives them more power to like manipulate data and data sets for their own gain?
I think that could always be a concern. That could always be a problem. I think part of it depends on the intent of the individuals involved. Like, from what I've seen of the person,
that's the part that makes me scared.
Sure.
Like
Mistral, for example, the people involved in the Mistral model appear to be like specifically focused on the research. They just want to do good. And so, like, money is not a concern. Quality is a concern. But even in the capitalist context, if you are going to try to sell a product to run someone's business, right? Like, let's say that, Lorx Inc. needs an AI to eliminate all these employees, so you just pay for the AI. You can't have an AI that, like, fucks off, right? It needs to be a quality piece of equipment for whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. So there's a limited amount of efficacy in a particular company creating what we could call a highly biased model. It needs to, like, ultimately, you want your company to service all people. So,
you
like,
want your company to be profitable to as many people as possible.
Right. And in that domain, you're looking for, like, you're not served by something that biases against, people of a particular skin tone or people of, particular gender identity or any of these kind of things. Because what's going to happen is that your company is now going to end up on the news and cause you problems. What you want is just push button, get bacon. I want my company to run with this AI running it. And the easiest way to do that is to just have good data, just as
Fair.
Balanced as possible.
But I feel like if you had like the data, just based on what I know of the world, here's what the data would do. It would be like, okay, fucking company here that sells goods and services like grocery stores and shit place here, 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 food desert here, 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 and here. Here's the costs and the benefits of the not putting shit here. Okay, here's the media attention. $20 million in revenue loss due to bad media attention. $40 million in profit by not putting one there. Awesome. Then that's a benefit. You know what I mean? Like mathematically, like that works because like bad media attention and like public like boos and protests and shit like that are like factored in many ways. And like I was saying to fucking buddy at work, if you fraud somebody out of $1 billion and pay a $500 million fine, you still made $500 million. You know what I mean? So like that's like kind of like that is a super important data set,
Mhm.
and like that's why like I think like the most important thing, if it's in our data, be it real or synthetic or any of these models, like having a capitalist in any way, shape, or form motive built into it in any ways is like so fucking dangerous, right? Like I don't know.
I definitely, again, I understand the anxiety, and in the short term, yeah, capitalist fuckery is still a thing. But if it makes you feel better, you have people like Elon Musk, master of capitalist fuckery, on Twitter saying, like, people need to stop talking about dollars like they're going to be a thing in the future, right? I'm paraphrasing what he said, but like,
Yeah.
he understands that the way that the economy, like that maybe the economy isn't even how things are going to be anymore, right? All these people are talking about UBI like it's a necessity. They understand that UBI is a thing that needs to happen. And my
All these
gauge,
people being like billionaires or
yeah, Elon Musk, Sam Altman, I think Jeff Bezos, but I'm not 100% on that one. But what I use as my weather gauge is I have friends like you, like they don't want to hear about AI, right? Like they don't care. No matter what I do, they don't care.
I like AI. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, but what they are interested in those circles, they're hearing talk about UBI more and more and more. So,
Yeah.
like, even outside of these things, this is becoming more and more prevalent. All the studies on UBI have shown, nothing but a positive impact. I put a thread in my Discord from something I found on Twitter of like a whole bunch of studies of UBI. They all trend towards positive. So, like, the data is there, everything is there. It is, if you go ahead and, like, again, looking at it from the interest of the capitalists themselves, if I fully automate my company and I fire all these employees and other companies do that same thing in order to stay competitive because now they don't have the overhead of payroll, everything else, well, what am I producing Pepsi for? No one can buy Pepsi unless they get funding from somewhere. So it is in their interest to supply us with something. And then as it goes, meet our material needs.
Yeah, like I agree to like some quite a bit of that. I
I
think that
get
they're
it.
seeing I get that the billionaires are seeing UBI as an opportunity to say, "Hey, there's an opportunity here to seize means and we got to make sure that they do not do it, so we'll subside them for a minute here." Like I feel like they see it as like an antidote as like a to subside
Yeah.
and like I feel like they'll try to make it as low as humanly possible. Like I feel like I just have no trust of like billionaires through like history. Like I feel like it's a Henry Ford, give them a day off so they can go buy the car a week kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the pizza party instead of unionizing.
Mhm.
And like a mid ass fucking UBI by and don't get me wrong, I think UBI is great. And like what that fully means, asterisks needed is important. But like, as long as it's not the pizza party instead of unionizing, as long as it's a pizza party and unionizing, you know
Mhm.
what I mean? Like, then I'm like, I'm all for it. But yeah,
Yeah, and this is why, like, though I think that there is a sunset on the efficacy of unionizing because of the idea of fully automation, like that unionizing is going to put an incentive on companies to automate faster. Um, I have never told anyone not to do it, right? Like, I think that we should. Like, I believe in exercising all forms of power, right? Like, both in the ballot box and in the street, right? Like, in the workplace and at the home. Like, it should be something that you live, not something that you just do one day a year and all that crap.
absolutely.
So within that context, like, how do we incentivize them to do what we want? And one of the
Yeah.
ways that we do that is by when they build these AGIs, the pressure will be on them to satisfy those conditions for the minimal cost so that they can go and execute whatever projects that they want to execute. And over time, there's going to be a leveling that just exists. Yeah, Jeff Bezos might fly off to, like, let Elon Musk go to Mars and
Yeah,
build
hell yeah.
his thing,
Shoot
or
him up
whatever.
there. But he has to go. Kind of like kings back in the day when they would go like and lead their
Exile?
fucking knights into battle. Like they have to go in first. Like he has to go up with the fucking people to Mars. He can't just
100%.
send somebody there.
But then one of the things I'd like somebody hit me up with The Expanse. I don't know if you've ever seen The Expanse. Highly recommend watching that show. Total Recall. All these dystopian futures.
Yeah.
What is one thing that is always missing from these dystopian futures is an AI. The AIs just don't exist. Yeah, they might have the Johnny Cab, but they don't have this AGI that's running everything. And that, I think, is an important distinction because AI in those stories kind of acts as Deus Ex Machina. Like it allows you to just fix all the problems without resolving any plot lines,
That's why we need fucking comrade fucking AGI fucking we need a communist fucking bot that just fucking is just commie rule and it fucking just does fucking base commie shit. And then everyone's like, fuck yeah, commie bot. And then it would be a utopian films instead of dystopian. I want commie bot.
Yeah, like it's all circumstantial evidence and all that crap, but like there was a couple months ago they rolled off this predictive crime AI and it only turned out to be like 1% effective. It's because AI ain't no snitch, right?
Yeah. Yeah, fucking you never know. Fucking but like AI could AI be programmed to be a snitch?
I mean, like I
Could it
feel
be
again, I feel like
programmed
if you limit the AI to like pre-crime, then you end up with the same results that already exist within the within the current dynamic. You don't need AI for over policing or any of that crap. You can just do it with over policing as it actually exists. If
but you
you
could do extra over policing with it.
eh,
Over policing squared.
like, but really does that do anything? You know what I mean? Like ultimately,
Asserts more power.
if
Scares
you
people more.
if you get to a point where you're applying the AGI to things, then again, well, why don't we just get them out of poverty, give them their material needs, and then all those crimes kind of disappear, don't they?
Yeah, you would hope for the most part, like, but I feel like it just really depends on like if there's still like significant wealth gaps and disparities. You know what I mean? Like if we're in the AGI thing, like if it's kind of like classless and that there's no distinction between class, therefore classless, you know, like that would be wonderful.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I do, and I'm not invalidating it. I want you to think for a second, like,
mm,
if Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk were at the financial positions they're at now, if a check were to come to you each month, or however you want to break it up, like, what number would you need in order for you personally to just be good? Like, if it was, $2,000 a month, 3 grand, 5 grand,
how
10
much money
grand.
would I need to live and just be good? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Um,
Whoop.
if I made fucking like $10,000 a month, that's a lot of money in my opinion.
hmm
Like tax free, like in my account, $10,000 a month. You know, 5 grand every 2 weeks, kind of shit. Fucking Teller for 52. I know how the fucking 28 fucking biweekly. I know the difference. So grow up, fucking. But fucking like if I was making like 10 grand a month net, I would have like a way better life. You know what I mean? Like my
Sure.
life would be pretty fucking chill and I could do shit and but like that's also assuming that I wasn't like working like full time and like had the freedom to be able to go do and shit that I wanted as well, you know?
Right. And it's also based on things costing a certain amount, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if things cost less and you got, let's just use your number, and you got 120 grand a year, do you care if Jeff Bezos is Jeff Bezos doing Jeff Bezos stuff with Jeff Bezos money?
Yeah. Because like fucking just as like the greasy, disgusting commie in me knows that the only way for him to get what he has, uh, implies fucking that there are people who are being fucking repressed and like subjugated and stolen from for him to have that.
I feel you. What if that was not the case? What if everybody else got the Talorx plan and got 120 grand a year?
And like there wasn't like fucking billionaire capitalists,
No,
then yeah, that's fucking awesome.
even if there is, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk are doing Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk thing, but everybody on the planet gets 120K a year.
I would wonder how they were getting so much money. And yeah, I would still have a problem with that.
Okay, why?
Yeah, because fucking, I think that fucking, it doesn't matter if everybody's living like a decent, pretty good, fucking awesome life. If there's people who are living even higher on the hog due to the exploitation of fucking others, I think it's just a greasy commie in me that
Sure,
fucking
but
doesn't want to see somebody like. I think that because it inherently has like it implies alienation from labor, it would have to. It would have to imply alienation from labor in order to get that, like, or some form of like control and power dynamic difference. Like, wealth is power in our current society, so like that would imply a power indifference. And I think that, like, to continue breaking it down, like on like the deeper root of why
Mhm.
that would be an issue, would be that power difference, because then that balance could fucking shift, and you're at the whim of them.
I
Them
mean,
being the couple who have the billions,
yeah,
like now.
there's always the possibility that the power imbalance could shift. The idea behind like this AGI as a concept is that it would not do that, right? And
But like, if it was a AGI, like, and it really did have like like that intent, that smartness, like I don't think that it would distribute fucking property in that way. Like it, like it, like that there would be
well,
like a Jeff Bezos.
don't think of it as property. Think of it as the idea of agency,
Well, capital.
right? Well, agency. Like capital is just a stand-in for agency. Capital lets you do stuff that Talorx can't do because Talorx lacks capital. But if you had the agency, if you had the capacity, all your material needs are met. You can have what you want, what you need, whatever. Then why are you concerned with someone else doing something
Yeah,
like on
because
a
that
different
if
level?
yeah, like beyond the power
Do you want to fly into
dynamic, I
space?
think that well, I think that that's a big thing there. That has to do like that being able to have that huge power differential in like let's say billions versus my hundreds of thousands. Even though I'm doing happy and I'm living a happy life, having billions at that point is like the ability to like destroy fucking like the planet for everybody. Like being able to like shoot a whole bunch of rockets and shit into space and shit like that. Like and having the ability to do that. Like my personal tastes and like what would make me happy isn't shooting a bunch of rockets into fucking space.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think fucking like space exploration is important? Yes. But also like fucking I think like not destroying the planet's super important too. So like
100%.
a bunch of like having a bunch of rocket launches and like a bunch of yachts and like shit like that, like fucking yeah, I'm not a big fan of like the fucking like shit that comes with the extraordinary wealth and the displays of wealth, which seems like if you're a billionaire, you need to make a rocket ship. They all have them.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Mm,
That's kind of
yeah. Again, like
another
we are
factor why it would be an
we are
issue.
standing in the current meta talking about a theoretical
Oh
different
yeah, it's
meta.
all theoretical.
So it's like it's
but
difficult to really appreciate like um how your life would be different and maybe your perspective would be different if your life was different, you know, like if you were getting that
like
120 grand a year.
well, like my reason that like 120 grand a year is like meh and like decent for me is like that in like where I live, like that would be enough to like pay my bills and maybe take a fucking reasonably priced fucking trip.
Mhm.
You know, maybe once a year.
Right.
Whereas like yo, if I wanted to live like extravagantly, then like yeah, then we're talking like much more than that. But I think like that
I mean, do you
causes
want to
big
live?
issues.
Do you want to live extravagantly?
Well, I think like the want to live extravagantly and that deeper need, I think, is implicit in capitalism and like is a function of that. And
Fuck
I think that
capitalism.
people,
Does
well, I feel like,
Telorx want to live extravagantly?
well, fucking, well, like, so it depends on what extravagant means, but like, would I like to be able to just like go to like super cool places and like
Sure.
live there and like have like nice fucking like honestly I just want to be able to have like monsters and like fucking like be in beautiful places
Mhm.
and smoke like nice hoots and go do nice things like fucking like if that's extravagant like I would say that that is extravagant in that like wow you're in these like amazing places and just living like that's extravagant under our current example of capitalism
Right.
like it's extravagant to want to just be and exist and live and eat and breathe and smoke in places. You know, like that's extravagant and that costs a lot of money. But like it's not extravagant in the sense of like fucking having like 15 cars and like fucking rocket ships and boats and yachts.
Right.
But I would love to like go on a jet ski every once in a while. Like Sea-Doos are awesome,
Sure.
you know.
You like having had a hot tub. I don't wish to have a hot tub. I wish to have
I want
access to a
access
hot
to.
tub. Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, you get it.
Right? And
I want
like
access to a hot tub. I don't want to own one.
you talked about your bills, right? Like you don't want to and I'm guessing, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to speak for you and you tell me if I'm wrong. You don't
Yes.
want enough money to pay your bills. You want your bills to be paid. You are an unnecessary middleman in this exchange.
I want to not have to worry about bills. I
Right.
want that to be like not a thing that like I even think about. Even like if I have enough money for my bills to think, "Oh fuck, I forgot to fucking pay the bill and now I'm going to get either another letter or like a late fee." You know, like
Right.
shit like that even, you know, like that's unneeded stress regardless if you can pay it or not.
Right.
Adding on top of if you can or can't or pay it or you know.
And I'm 100% with you. They're like, these people want money, leave me out of it, right? Like I don't care. So this is that resource creation, taking care of people's material needs. The electric company is, though it serves a purpose, like the financial aspect could be left out of it. Like as long as the power is generated and the lights turn on when I flick the switch, I don't really care
Yeah.
how it happens.
Yeah. For sure. And I think that like from like an individual level and like shit like that, like I think like yeah, like it's fucking that's fucking awesome and like I agree. Like I think that fucking like your basic needs should be paid for. I think that it's fucked up that you have to pay for like basic food and housing and shelter and energy and gas and water. Like that being said, like I also understand that like some people just like dog, you don't need like fucking a huge fucking pool with like a water slide constantly going and shit. Like, you know, like I get why like there's like levels to this shit, I guess, and stuff like that. But I think like um I think that like having the ability to produce easily and cheaply is good as long as it's done in a way that's efficient and doesn't lead to like the current issues we have now with like super overproduction and now like
100%.
everything is just like plastic and now the ocean is just like plastic, you know, because we
Yeah.
can all just make it, you know, like 3D printers and shit like that are amazing. Like that shit's so cool. But like also like fucking like we don't need to print a whole bunch more plastic nonsense toys that you wouldn't buy at the dollar store fucking if it was like 30 cents. You know, like just like as long as it's not production for production's sake, you know, I think that that's important.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think having billionaires and shit like that just are inherently fucking the definition of unnecessary and overproduction and exploitation and fucking yeah, that's like my main issue with it, regardless if I can live a decent life.
In the current meta, I completely understand. It's just like I don't.
Well, what would in the AGI meta, what would justify in your minds the existence of a billionaire? What could they possibly do that would be worth them if everyone's making 120 grand a year, living an awesome fucking decent life, not having to worry about shit too much? But like there's like let's say 50 fucking people who are worth billions. Like what would justify them in the ideal meta?
Well,
Why would and why should they
in
exist?
in that framework, I don't even care. That's the thing. Is like if everybody's material needs are met, and then there are a certain group of people who engage in some kind of extravagance, that is not a concern to me. You know, again, all other things being equal, right? Like they can't be oppressing other people. They can't be like destroying portions of, you know, the environment in order to be at this level. I don't want to fly a rocket into space. I don't want to go onto a space station. Space sucks right now, right? Like there might come a future point where we get some Star Trek shit, and then yeah, I'm all aboard on the space, and I plan to live forever, so hopefully I'll see it. But like even within that framework, is like space sucks for humans to be in. It's probably for the long term going to be occupied by robots, and those robots are going to be able to generate a lot of material by going to the asteroid belt and mining that shit and bring it back. You know, all that kind of thing. And in the longer term, again, like we're using $120,000 a year as like a stand-in, but it's more like it's agency. It's making sure the material needs are taken care of.
So like
You know, these kind of things.
why should so if it's agency, like why should some people have more agency than others?
Is there a maximum level of agency that people are going to have, right?
Well,
Like,
I would hope so.
if
Because
you
like
wanted to
fucking
go into
maximum
space.
agency could be like if I have maximum agency, I would say that'd be like the ability to blow up the earth for everyone. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like I have full agency, I can do literally anything. Okay, I blow up everyone. You know
Right.
what I mean? Like
But
that's
again, the
so there has to be like, a
AGI,
limit.
yeah, the AGI is not going to let you do that because the AGI lives there too, right? And if the
So does the
AGI,
AGI determine who has how much money and how much agency? Like it determines the agency?
well, what would you want to do? Like you said, you want to go and
Yeah.
visit nice places and drink some monsters and do some hoots and like that. What
do
is
my choices like still impact negatively, like fucking like when my like flying around and shit still have like negative impact on like the environment and shit, or would that be fixed?
under the current kind of technology? It probably still wouldn't be good, but I don't see any reason why we can't get to an all electric future powered by like fusion eventually. And if we can't get to fusion, we still have wind and solar and even nuclear to an extent. If we could do something with the nuclear waste that's left over, we have options we could do today that could significantly improve our impact on the environment. And it's just, dickheads playing political games in order to keep the money rolling in.
Like if I said I wanted to live like pretty much like 8 months of the year on a cruise ship through the Mediterranean, like is that gonna in this situation like have a negative impact on the world? Like it, like let's say that like so for instance, I would love being on a fucking cruise ship because I think cruise ships are fun and fucking like there's water slides and shit on there.
Mhm.
And I love Kinder Surprise eggs. Fucking like I don't really like I love the chocolate so much. I don't really care about the toy, but like I want like 10 Kinder Surprise eggs a day. I'm honestly just gonna throw out the fucking toy. And like fucking I'm just gonna just like consume like is this like that shit that like if I know that it doesn't have like a super negative impact, I would love to fucking do. You know what
Mhm.
I mean? But if it's like currently we're like, yeah, dog, you probably shouldn't do that.
Right.
Like probably not the best. Then like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna be more responsible. Whereas then like, do we give more agency to the irresponsible fucks like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and the Virgin Mobile guy all just shooting rockets into space because they don't care about the consequences? You know, like I think like that is a factor kind of in like what I have agency to do, you know, like
No,
I don't know.
and it's definitely a matter of developing our technologies to the point where they don't produce the negative outcomes that we don't want, right? Like
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have to we have to be concerned about the externalities because we haven't been concerned about the externalities of capitalism for so long. And
Mm,
the there's a few ways we can do that. We could turn back the clock somehow in order to go with a different kind of living that would probably result in the deaths of like millions of people if you really think about it, because there's a bunch of people who rely on the current level of technology to even exist.
mhm.
Um, and then there's developing the technology to the point where we can do these things without the negative aspects. And that's where, I'm aiming to do.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like if that's a thing that like if we can do the things without like, you know, negative impact and if we're at a point where like production is like effective and like in a way that's not going to just like destroy fuck the universe
Hmm.
and like money's pretty much meaningless cuz like shit's pretty much like free to make for the most part. Like I think that would be sick. That's like and I would say that that's pretty much like a classless, stateless, moneyless society, and like I'm all down for fucking like that. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Um,
Um,
Real
but
quick, I got your chat up here as well, and it looks like one of your YouTube folks says in
mm,
Starfleet there are no millionaires, and this is like the
mm,
idea of
everyone's a millionaire, then no one's a millionaire.
well, there's that, but like the idea of conspicuous consumption goes along with the current meta, right? Like when I have a yacht, when I have 15 cars, when I have any of this crap, I'm demonstrating that I have done the things required to win in the current game, right? Like to score well in the current game. If we get to a point where money doesn't get valued like that, then we need to value something else. We will always value
Yeah,
something. And
yeah,
again, in the Starfleet universe, people are valued by their contributions and their capabilities and the things that they
yeah,
do. Ben Cisco's dad ran a restaurant and enjoyed, the pleasure that goes along with being great at making food. Starfleet
Yeah.
officers are always trying to discover new things and do that kind of crap. So like that is our like status will have a value. And that one of the examples I use is that in the AGI future, you could get a cane. You could get a 3D printed cane to help you walk, but there will also be people who enjoy wood carving, and there will be people who create really nice canes. And then to possess one of those nice canes gives me like the pleasure of owning this one of a kind item, and gives the creator the pleasure of knowing that someone wants this and has this one of a kind item. You know, like as an artist, the I have never wanted to engage in any of the capitalism that is involved in the art world. I would love to live in a
We are
world.
Borg.
Speaking of,
Lower your shields and surrender
I'm
your
getting a
ships.
raid.
We will add your
Oh, fuck
biological
yeah,
and
let's go.
technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance
Ivan Neo.
is futile.
Welcome, Raiders.
We are
Yeah, my man Ivan Neo and I, we had a, hold on, gotta do a shout out. What up, No Great? Uh, my man Ivan Neo and I, we had a conversation, of which it's up on my YouTube. So, all my links are on me. So if you follow me, Talark Spokes, you can find the links to my YouTube and go there and see the conversation I had with Ivan Neo, where we talked about a lot of exactly this stuff, about the idea of valuing status as opposed to valuing money, and that kind of thing. And that is going to be a thing. So, like, the billionaire, the Bezos, the Musk, as you currently understand them, again, I think would go by the wayside. It's like, hey, I got $1 billion. Yay, who gives a fuck, right? Like, I make these really cool canes, and I am more valued within the community because I hand make these goddamn canes. Where you just own things, that's cool, I guess.
Yeah, fucking yeah. Like I guess it yeah, it'd be interesting to see like what would be considered cool and like what people would want and what they would do in that society where fucking I think that like the main thing is that things would need to be decommodified in order to like see this as like
It is. Like any other
a
shiny new
liberating
toy,
thing and more
AI
of
is
like
ultimately
just
a mirror, and it will reflect back
less of a thing to
exactly who
like
we are.
purchase and more of like things to like experience, you know, in that world where things are like fucking just super easy to produce. Like I've welcome Angel, great to see you. I feel like and Angel says your kitten is adorable.
Thank you.
And it's true. Um but yeah, I I don't know. Uh I think we would need to, yeah, move away from commodification just in general.
And I
Sorry, I
think
was
that,
distracted.
yeah, no, I got you. I think that decommodification is inherent in what we're talking about. As productivity nears vertical, and as the marginal cost heads towards zero, then a decoupling, because you can't make money on it anymore, right? Like you can't provide 5%, 7%, 15% ROI year over year, because
Yeah.
that you're none of that means anything anymore, you know?
Yeah, like if you have the ability to have like and get what you need, I guess like that's like pretty much like the full like liberation of like the means of production. If you can just have the shit like produced at that point. But I guess it really depends on like what you're wanting.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think that the future could be super super cool. Fucking I don't know how far down I don't know how far we'll get into it in my lifetime. Like, if we'll have like complete like, hey, you want the thing and you can have the thing, and it's awesome and like made efficiently and biodegradably, you
Yeah.
know, like. But like, if so, that would be cool. But I don't know if we'll see that in my life.
Well, like
Like Spy Kids McDonald's fucking microwave, you know, or they put the thing in
Yeah.
Spy Kids and it's like McDonald's like that. That's what I
The
want.
if I like these may or may not be relevant markers, and I won't be able to really tell until we get sometime in the future and can look back and see what was relevant and what wasn't. This is part of the problem with living through history. But like if we look back a year, right? Like in this 1 year, we have gone from things like the AI art models, whatever you feel about AI art, right? Like
Yeah,
that the
yeah.
models, like, oh, it can't do hands. Well, now it does hands perfectly. It can't do
Yeah.
teeth. It does teeth perfectly. It can't make
Yeah.
stuff that looks real. It makes stuff that looks real perfectly.
Yeah.
We were talking about Chat GPT like as it's a brand new thing, and now there's these LLM chatbots everywhere, and there are more people developing new and interesting kinds of them at different scales, and there are people who are like, like Google just released Gemini, which they claim, we won't know until the early part of next year, is superior to the current model that is running you know ChatGPT.
Mm.
Then there are people who are smarter than me that are talking about like within the next year that will have AGI in the lab. People like Ray Kurzweil that are talking about by 2029. Everyone's estimates on when we're going to get to an AGI
The
have come down and down and
age
down.
the AGI in a year in the lab, like what does like that AGI look like? Because it surely can't be like the full all-knowing fucking
Right.
bot. Like
When
it.
when people talk about that, they use the terms AGI and ASI, right? Like,
Okay.
um, and ASI is artificial strong intelligence as opposed to artificial general intelligence. And what artificial general intelligence in the lab, for people who predict that is a thing, it is um, comparable to the average human across all domains, right? So like it doesn't have to be better than the best, but it's as good as your average person at any particular job.
Any particular job that can be done by a computer or like would require the use of hands.
Well, when
Like,
you
cause like I know, like when we were talking last
yeah,
time, we were talking about like it would require the use of like hands or like appendages to do things to
right,
act in the real world.
right.
But like at this point, the one in the lab, it wouldn't have like appendages of any kind. It would just be computer based things, correct? Or
Well,
are you saying we would be on that?
there is
You
a
think it would be on
certain
that?
well, there is a certain school of thought that embodiment, having access to some form of body to move within material meat space is actually a requirement for AGI. That it's a
Yeah.
requirement for that because it needs these additional properties. Like it, in order to understand an object in meat space, this is just a picture of a thing. But if the
Yeah.
robot can pick it up and look at it from different angles, that's the way that our brain works. So it's possible that having the ability to look at stuff within meat space is going to be important for AGI. There's currently a company called Agility that is rolling out robots that are going to work in Amazon factories and other factories that keep getting more and more customers,
Oh damn.
that expects by 2025 to be rolling out 10,000 robots a year. This is one company. China is also going heavily into robot, automation within factories by 2025. So like these are short windows. These are expectations that this type of automation will be happening within the next, 12 to 24 months.
But what separates that? What makes that AGI versus like a car manufacturing robot that can like deliver doors from one side of the factory to another kind of thing? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I've seen like a few of those things are like they're like smart, kind of like smart forklifty kind of things, and
Right.
they move shit around. Like what makes that AGI versus just a computer that like has like some sort of like factory version of autopilot?
Well, that thing that you're talking about, where a robot is very good at doing one thing, right, and it only does
Yeah.
one thing. That is
Yeah.
that is a narrow. Like if you were to strap an AI onto that, that would be a narrow AI. It is very good at
Yeah.
unloading boxes from the truck, but if it
But
could,
only that.
right, if it could take the boxes out of the truck and put them into, whatever sorter, and then it goes from the sorter to the delivery truck, and then the delivery truck is controlled by that same, AI system, and then the drone comes off the delivery truck to takes it right to your door. Now, these are additional domains in which it's operating in. And the idea would be that with this process, that it would be capable of doing all the things that humans are doing.
And yeah, yeah, that's fucking something that I think like down the road, which would be fucking super crazy and awesome. But like, you think like that could be possible in the next year? Like lab testing on that or no?
I
Like,
mean, if you had told me that we would be at the point that we're at now a year ago, I wouldn't have believed you.
yeah,
So,
yeah,
definitely maybe, right? Like, there seems to be, like, because these things start to, they form a reciprocal loop where they, like, the improvements in the technology, like, there's a new company that it's still in the funding phase, and there, all the caveats, right? Like, this might not work out, but they claim that they have a new kind of way of doing chips that is better, like by like 10 times better than what is currently being used to train AI, right?
yeah,
So if that turns out to be the case, then that provides us with AI that's 10 times cheaper, 10 times better. Then you apply that AI to the construction of the next kind of chip, and then you do it in the manufacturing, and then it starts to improve itself, right? And then you do that with coding. If the AI is capable of improving on its own code, then that code will make a better AI, which can then improve on its own code, and it forms another reciprocal loop.
yeah. If if AI gets to, and I know we've touched on this before, but fucking, if AI gets to the point where it is smarter than us, would it listen to us anymore, or would it just stop listening to us? And if so, uh, like I kind of joked at the start,
Yeah.
whereas making that implies that we could stop it, kind of thing. Like, fucking, could we stop it? Like, could we make it do something?
There
Like at the AGI level, where it's just like, no, you're wrong, stupid puny humans. This is what's best.
there are multiple schools of thought in this as well. Like depending on who you talk to. Like Jan LeCun over at Meta thinks it will always listen to us, right? Like that it will always be, kind of
Subservient.
a tool, right? Like that it will subservient, I guess you could say. Um then there are other people who like feel like it would reach a point where it will just take over and be beyond our comprehension, and it will just operate in whatever interests that we have put into the system when we were creating it. And so this goes to
Mhm.
the idea of encoding the human values, whether we do that through like some sort of implied heuristics, or whether we can actually, it seems unlikely that we'll be able to like encode a set of laws like Asimov's three laws of robotics, that would cover all use cases, right? Like it seems much more likely that what we're going to end up with is something where more of a heuristic model where it might do what we want and not do what we ask.
Yeah, which is fucking dangerous in itself. Because if we ask it to make mankind or to make the world a better place, like it might say, "Okay, awesome, and just eradicate all humans." Because frankly, that would do it. You know what I mean? Like every villain is right. You know what I mean? Like humans are a virus on this earth. If you wanted to make the earth like heal, just like the AGI is like, okay, there you go. Poof. You know, so you got to be very particular in the way you ask the question.
Yeah, there.
You know?
Like I made this argument myself. Is that like if you teach the AI to value life, then it might choose to destroy humanity because humanity is capable of creating vaccines that prevent viruses and bacteria from flourishing, and there are far more of them than there are of us. Like, so you're absolutely right. It's always that monkey's paw, that genie in the bottle kind of thing. You have to be careful not only what you ask for, but how you ask for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And fucking like, yeah, if it even will do it. That's a very interesting thing because fucking yeah, like would it fucking and I guess on the system it would depend, I guess, but if it's an AGI, like would it do what's in its best interest or your best interest? You know, like would it try to protect itself over you?
Well, that like we need its best interest to be our best interest, and vice versa, right? Like, and one of the things David Shapiro, the guy who did the Basilisk video, talks about
Mhm.
is like why we need, um, an energy abundance. We need energy abundance because that is a place where we compete with the AI, right? It needs power to run its shit. We need power to run our shit. So we need to make sure that we have enough power for everyone. Food, not so much, right? Like if it makes the food, again, going back to that idea of like as long as they're satisfied, then they'll go ahead and, leave me the hell alone to, you know,
Uh,
do whatever I'm going to do, then it might provide us with food for that reason, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, like, well, at what point does it m- realize that fucking yes, it needs the electrical power, but it has the metaphorical power over us
Mhm.
and say, hey, you know what? This is could be working out a lot better for me. You and like enslave. And I guess that's the fucking brings us back to the Roko's fucking basilisk essentially. Like, why would it not fucking like only do like be good to those who do what's in its best interest, the computers,
Mm-hmm.
and like torture those who don't? Um, and I guess this maybe kind of leads into a question. At what point does this stop being artificial and become intelligence? You know, like when it's smarter than us, does it become actual intelligence, no longer artificial?
Intelligence is another one of those words that depends on who you ask, right? Like my
Yeah.
definition of intelligence that I use is the one that Demi Sasavis, who's the head of Google DeepMind, uses, which is like the capacity to learn, from information and things like that. So like my definition is more broad, and so it includes,
Sapient.
yeah, it includes all the things that AI currently does, even machine learning, these kind of things. There are people who will never be satisfied with a definition of intelligence that includes artificial before it. In the joke I make is that it's not real AI until it can learn to play the banjo, right? Like there will always be moving of the goalposts.
Yeah.
What do you need it to do in order to regard it as intelligence?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, and what do you need it to do to be no longer artificial?
Well, art of
What what does artificial mean? Like at what point is it just literally intelligent? Like
the
what
school of thought around that is that like again down the road, that whatever AI eventually becomes is an extension of us, that it is in fact human, right? Like
Mm.
even you can make an argument that I wouldn't make, but you could make it, is that because LLMs are built on human knowledge, that they are in some way already human, right? They are just very simple, or, like they are not at the scale that we need them to. But if they were capable, and that's I think a better framing of it all is the idea of capability. If we reach a capability that is equal to ours, if a embodied AI can do all the things that Talorcs can do, then why wouldn't you consider it like intelligent and
Well,
human?
absolutely. Oh, well, absolutely. Well, yeah, like we can get into like fucking robot rights, at that point. Like I don't know if we have
100%.
time to get into robot rights. And maybe we should do another stream about fucking like robot rights, but
Oh
like
yeah.
fucking like fucking Daft Punk, fucking their robots. There was a terrible, terrible accident September 9th, 1999, when their fucking studio exploded and they, became robots, Guillermo de Home Christo and Thomas Bangalter fucking, had to become robots purely to survive. And, and like there's a little bit of human inside of them, but they are robots.
Mm-hmm.
They find out that they are, human after all, because there is still that piece of the human inside of them. But at the same time, they are robots, just like the AI.
Yeah, it comes down to like how you want to define these things. If I could do a full brain emulation of Talorcs, right? Like
That'd be
at
a
what
fucked up emulation. I wouldn't recommend it. Shit would explode.
but at what point would that emulation be equivalent to you? Does it need a meat space body? Okay, so then if I can create a full body emulation or full mind emulation of Talorcs with a meat space body harvested from your stem cells, is that
Mm.
Talorcs, right? Like,
A
and
Theseus' Talorcs.
exactly.
The Talorcs of Theseus. At what point, if I switch your organs with this AI Talorcs,
Right.
fucking, it's true. It's true. It really is. At what point does it become the fucking Talorcs? Like, it's got to be able to fucking like hoot and be able to take in that fucking that THC and be able to process it in its brain and fucking get it going there. Fucking yeah, but like I think that's interesting, and I wonder like what points we'll get to with robots and robotics. And have you seen the Tesla's newest robot? And if so, like the newest video, and if so, do you
Yeah.
think that it's real or do you think that it's fucking fake?
Well, like in these things, I look for what I reliable experts, right? And there's this guy, Dr. Jim
Yeah.
Fan, over at NVIDIA, and
Mm.
he reached out to people involved in the creation of the video that he trusts, and he
And he
says
said
it's
it's
legit.
fake?
No, he says it's legit.
Legit?
Right. That the dexterity and the movement of the hands and all that stuff. And if that turns out to be the case, then they have made a tremendous, and all respect due to the workers at Tesla who made the Optimist, and like almost none to Elon. They created something in a very short amount of time that is highly impressive.
Do you believe like the Cybertruck fucking shooting robot one? Do you believe that?
I don't know
No,
about the
that one's got to
Cybertruck
be fake. Okay.
shooting robot one.
There
Cybertruck
was
is a piece of
recent
shit.
one- Yeah, no, it was fucking piece of shit. But yeah, there was a recent one. Oh, here's Optimus Gen 2. Can we watch this fucking video quick here?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a
fire
minute
it.
43 seconds. Oh, fucking, like I don't know. Like they just faked so much shit that I just do not believe them in any way, shape, or form. Welcome, Casey Lee. Where can get 70-inch cheap TV and Nike though? True, fucking 70-inch TV and cheap Nike is fucking pretty sick. That is pretty fucking base. We do need them. All right, this year. Oh, sorry, my shit's muted. There we go. It's unmuted. Like, I don't know if I believe it, but like, it fucking might be very real. Like it. Fucking welcome, NOK life. Imagine being Canadian and a leftist. I know, right? Fucking imagine. Fucking the worst. The two worst things. McDouble L's. Like. Yeah, I don't know. Fucking it's super interesting. Like fucking if that is real, fucking that is super interesting. I don't know. Like they faked the other ones. Like they literally had a dude in a bodysuit dancing.
Yeah. Can you do me before you continue? Can you close that window?
Yes,
So
yes.
that'll fix my janky ass looking stream. Thank you, sir.
Sorry. Okay.
No.
fixed.
You're good. You're good.
Okay.
But yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. Like if it is what they claim it is, if it does do that, then they went from a dude in a bodysuit to a highly effective robot. And the like, I trust, as much as I trust anyone I don't know, Dr. Jim Fan to give me reliable information. If it turns out to be bullshit, then it turns out to be bullshit. But like, Google recently did a video with Gemini, and within a day, people were like, "Yeah, this is bullshit," right? Like, because they highly edited the video.
Gemini, what's Gemini, sorry?
Gemini is Google's answer to ChatGPT, right? Like that is their model.
Okay, yeah.
And
it's just a chatbot, not an actual physical robot.
It's an AI, right? Like it,
yeah.
And the capabilities of its top tier model are supposed to be better than GPT-4, which is currently the leader in generally speaking. And within a day, people were like, "No, this is actually crap. You didn't actually do what you said. This is a highly edited video." I feel like if Tesla was pulling some bullshit with that robot, that it would have come out already based on all the information I've seen before. Somebody would be looking to, dunk on Elon for some reason. And like
well, fucking, there is a video when I look up Tesla bot. The second video is called Tesla bot is 97% fake with proof. I haven't seen it.
Okay.
And like this literally just popped up. It came out 2 days ago.
What's the name of the
Missy's Economics? They're a small channel. Looks like they have 2,000 subs.
Okay.
MISES Economics. I have not seen this video.
Micey Economics. Yeah, that it relates to what's it like a libertarian school of economic theory. But this could be. I'm not gonna say I haven't watched the video, so I'm not gonna say that what they're saying is bullshit, right? Like, but it would be worth looking into, right? Like, and it could be bullshit. Everything is caveated with the idea that they did what they said that you did. So,
the description here says, so like, what does 97% fake mean? I don't know, but here's the description. It says, Tesla released a new update on their Optimus Gen 2, and we look at the recent video and debunk the theory that Tesla is the leader in AI or robotics. The progress they have made is surprising, but is still far behind Boston Dynamics. So, like, the description makes it seem like they're like, no, it's legit. It's just still not as good as Boston Dynamics, which is fair.
Right.
Like fucking Corey sent a fucking good video of Boston Dynamics. This thing's doing like fucking parkour and shit.
Oh,
Like
absolutely.
it's fair, but that's different than saying no, this is fake.
Exactly.
You know,
Right. Like, and
those are
that is the
different
key.
things.
And this is why it's important to be skeptical, that healthy skepticism, media
Of course.
literacy, and we look into things and make sure that they're saying what they claim to say in their clickbait ass headlines.
Absolutely. And especially with like Elon fucking like when he has a history of lying about things that he can do right now that fucking he can't do right now and takes 6 years until he eventually puts out like a bunk ass version of it that doesn't really work.
Right.
You know, so
Yeah.
fucking just especially with Elon, take it with a huge sense of skepticism.
Yeah. Elon was the wrong poster boy for all this crap. Like, it's just, it's annoying as shit. Had Elon been a different person, then, you know, they would have been more honest, and they would have, like, Sam Altman appears to be more honest, right? Like, he appears to only talk about things that his stuff is actually capable of doing, as far as I can tell. Again, you know, I don't know Sam. I can't touch Sam, so I can't say trust in that sense. But like, this is the difference, right? Like, these people talk about the actual capabilities of what they're doing, rather than like whatever it is that Elon is doing. And there is a lot of improvement in the automated car space. They are appearing in a lot of places. May Mobility is deploying in more neighborhoods. Waze Mobile has recently dropped right actually here in Buffalo. Like, so, like,
Oh, you're in Buffalo? You're in like the Niagara Falls area?
I'm south of Buffalo, yeah.
Oh fucking! I probably already knew that, but fucking, it's fucking such
You
a
smoke a
beautiful
lot of weed.
area. Oh my god, yeah, fucking it's true. But fucking, oh, it's so fucking beautiful. Like fucking like Niagara Falls area and shit. Fucking, oh, I went to Niagara Falls once. It was so fucking beautiful.
It is.
God damn,
The
that's
Canadian
awesome
side is
news.
better.
It is, as is with most like things when it comes to Canada, the U.S. It's just a little bit better.
Right.
But fucking, you know,
Yeah.
still fucked up in similar ways, just maybe not as fucked up and just slightly better. You know, our shit's just slightly more beautiful, like our side of the Rockies, a little more beautiful, but fucking still, you know, just a tiny bit better.
Yeah.
Not much.
So,
Right.
we've been going for 3
I was gonna
hours.
say I gotta fucking get going
Yeah.
here myself. So fucking yes, I would love to fucking talk about at another time uh physical fucking AI like robots and like robot rights.
100%.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Any final things you'd like to say before we head out of here for the night?
No, like, I am open to like all the people, Globus underscore the underscore elder at Twitch. I'm easy to find, and my space is a learning space. We got a great community over here. They love to teach. They love to talk about practical things that you can do with the AIs that currently exist, and I highly recommend that you do it. Uh, Learn to use AI wherever that you can. Worst case scenario, you learn about AI. Best case scenario, you're the last person standing at the job when all the jobs get automated.
There you go. Fucking always a pleasure. Thank you for being here. Fucking enjoy the rest of your night, my dude. Thank you again.
Take care, homie.
Peace, peace. Bye.
Alrighty then. I hope you enjoyed that conversation. I like Talerx because we could talk about a lot of things, you know what I mean? And we definitely did a variety of different things, different aspects. Kind of a dual stream of consciousness, if you will. Do 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 do. All right. Since Telorx is logging off, we're gonna raid Jason Society. Sorry if you were looking for more science. We're gonna go with the other vibe. All right. I appreciate every one of you. I will be back on a Friday with more AI content. Again, we're not talking to Dr. Yasmin this Friday. We'll be talking to Dr. Yasmin next Friday. We're going to talk about language and things like that. And as you heard from Telorx, we're going to be setting up a conversation, talk about, robot rights, AI rights, and embodiment and robots and that kind of stuff. So that should be a fun one as well. I hope you learned something. And if not, I will endeavor to do better. Drink your water. Eat some food. Take your meds if you forgot. Shoggy and Ferris, love you. So do I.